Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Manriquez. The board really appreciates the efforts of the county administrator and her team with regard to leading our efforts at employee recognition. And every quarter, we get to recognize several of our employees who've been nominated by their directors for the We Are Gems program. And that's item number 5 on the agenda, and I'm going to turn it over to County Administrator Lesher for any introductory remarks.
As you have stated, Mr. Chair, this is a time we honor those employees who have really gone above and beyond their normal workload and are recognized by their peers. So I would ask that the members of the board join me and our Deputy County Administrators to recognize this group of gems.
Absolutely. All right.
And as we have mentioned, we have an extraordinary group of employees of whom we are exceptionally proud. And every quarter, employees can nominate some of their colleagues who have really done that extra job. And so this time we have a group that we would like to acknowledge. I'm going to first turn the microphone over to Mr. Steve Holmes, our Deputy County Administrator, who will acknowledge those who are in the departments that report to him. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lesher. I get to start with our wonderful libraries. Are library people here? Hey. First, we're going to recognize Jaylene Hernandez. She's our Administrative Specialist of County Free Libraries, who's been with us for 8 months. You can come up with Jaylene. Jaylene. So for most departments, hiring a few employees can be daunting. Imagine recruiting and onboarding 87 candidates over the course of 3 months. Jaylene did that and more, always bringing honesty, fairness, and heart to every aspect of the recruitment process, taking ownership of interviewing coordination, guiding candidates with care, and building trust with staff through transparent, policy-informed communication. Please join me in welcoming Jaylene again, please. Thank you so much. Next, we have recognize our Human Resource Department. We have Human Resources represented here. Wonderful. I'd like to call up Scott Madsen, who's our Training and Development Officer, who's been with us for 3 years and 11 months. Thank you, Scott. Scott is a dependable and empathetic trainer who manages class logistics, monitors shared inboxes, supports learning across departments, and develops helpful tools like the HR Business Partner Intranet Hub to proactively address recruiting questions. After the county acquired situational leadership training, he completed an advanced certification, became known to the vendor for his consistency, and successfully delivered the full 2-day course solo after a co-facilitator's unexpected departure, earning praise for his professionalism and adaptability. Thank you, Scott, for all your work. Appreciate it. Thank you. And lastly, on my list, I have our wonderful health department. Where's our health department folks here? Good health department. I want to recognize Cynthia Pompa, who's our public health program coordinator for the health department, who's been with us for 18 years. Thank you, Ms. Pompa. Cynthia oversees 2 WIC clinics, super important work for us, with calm professionalism that escalates client concerns and supports her team with a respectful, problem-solving approach that fosters a positive environment. In addition to managing and co-creating the award-winning WIC Buzz texting campaign and implementing the WIC in a Click nutrition education program, she also provides expert breastfeeding support as a bilingual international board-certified lactation consultant. Wow, that's a big title there. And helps maintain high caseloads and earn 2 state awards in 2025. Thank you so much, Cynthia, for all your work. Now I get to turn over to my colleague, Carmine DeBonis. Thank you.
Steve.
Thank you. Good morning. So I have a couple of gems across a few different departments here. First off is with Community and Workforce Development. So CWD in the house. Hi. Hi. So our gem from CWD is Melanie Bustamante, and I just want to say that I've only worked with this department directly for a little under a year now, but I've really come to adore the work that they do, and they're super passionate about everything. Everyone in that department has a smile like Melanie is displaying this morning, and their mantra is to serve people with dignity and with urgency, right? People who are encountering very real difficulties, challenges in their lives, and to help them through that. So Melanie gets to support our outside agencies committee. So these are community partners that provide services to residents of our community, and we assist them by providing funding. So Melanie gets to manage contracts and help with technical assistance and training, and make sure that the resources that are being provided are being used to meet the greatest needs of the residents in our community. So she's steadfast in her work. She's dedicated and very efficient, takes on tasks without being asked, and that's super to have in a workforce. So thank you so much, Melanie. Congratulations. Thank you. And so Melanie's been with the county 13 years and 7 months. Our next employee is from the Regional Flood Control District, so RFCD. There we go. So as Marissa's coming up, I'll talk a little bit about her. So Marissa's been with the department for 20 years and 5 months, and so that's no small feat. Congratulations on that. So Melanie gets to work out in the field and do great work on the lands that are owned and managed by the Regional Flood Control District. And recently she took on a project management role. The county acquired some new lands along the Blanco Wash, and those lands have management needs. And so keeping off-road vehicles out of the area, helping to come up with a plan to restore it and provide trail access throughout the area. As you can imagine, those lands have been used for a variety of different reasons over the years, and people now are being told they have to change how they're using it. So Melanie's encountered some challenges with differences of opinion, but has been professional and has managed through that process. And so very happy to have Melanie with the Regional Flood Control. I'm sorry. Marissa, I'm sorry. Melanie was there first. To have Marissa with the Regional Flood Control District, and just happy to go ahead and recognize you. Thank you, Marissa. Appreciate it. And then last on this list is an employee from Natural Resources, from our Natural Resources Program Coordinator from Conservation Lands and Resources, and that's Ellie Schertz. So come on up, Ellie. So Ellie has been with the department for 2 years and 11 months, and she has the distinguished honor of working on our invasive species program. And so for anyone who drives around, you see on our hillsides, unfortunately, bufflegrass and other types of invasive plants that pose risk to public health and are a fire safety hazard. And Ellie gets to work in seeking grants and coordinating efforts with volunteers. My favorite volunteer group name is the Sonoran Desert Weed Whackers, right? So Melanie gets to work firsthand with them and helps to track where we're experiencing outbreaks of invasive species using our geographic information systems, and devising approaches to get volunteers out and to utilize grant funding to help keep our community safer in this respect. So appreciate the approach that you take and all of the work that you do for conservation land and resources. Congratulations. The assessor's office. Someone from the assessor? Oh. You want me to do that? Okay. So coming up to be recognized, and I'll speak on behalf of the assessor, obviously not as as well as that she might have herself. But Alan Trammell is a property appraiser 1 with the assessor's office, been there 11 years and 4 months. And so Alan brings dedication and service to the assessor's office. He interprets legal descriptions, creates tax maps, and ensures accurate property data as a top producer in deeds, splits, and the mapping section. Alan can explain complex ownership and deed issues, and I bet they get pretty challenging at times, so that taxpayers can have a better understanding and can get information they need relative to their property. He does a job with patience and in a respectful manner, and thank you so much, Alan, for your service. Appreciate you.
It's pretty stunning. Very nice. Very striking.
How many we have? 100?
Oh.
44? It's like the old days.
All right. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I know the board is very appreciative of the work of not just all of the employees who were honored today, but all of the 7,000 employees in our workforce who are doing the frontline work of delivering services and supports to the people of Pima County. We now have 3 proclamations to present. The first one is on the agenda. It's item number 6. Presentation of a proclamation to Natalie Shep, MPH, Environmental Quality Manager with the Department of Environmental Quality, Dustin Williams, Superintendent of Schools for Pima County, and Citlali Gonzalez, Reach Program Manager for the Public Health Department, proclaiming the week of October 27 to October 31, 2025 to be Walk and Roll to School Week. I'll move the item.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Allen. Discussion. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item passes 4-0, and I will be presenting this proclamation. Whereas the Pima County Departments of Environmental Quality, school superintendent's office, and health are working together with support from the City of Tucson's Department of Transportation and Mobility and Living Streets Alliance to promote Walk and Roll to School Week in Pima County. And whereas the health and safety of our children is of highest concern to the citizens of Pima County, and whereas driving students to school by private vehicles contributes to traffic congestion, air pollution, and creates concentrated levels of air pollution around schools, and whereas low physical activity plays a leading role in rising rates of obesity, diabetes, and other health problems among children, while being able to walk or bike to school offers students an opportunity to build physical activity into their daily routine, and whereas community members and leaders encourage safe streets for all neighborhood walkability audits to improve neighborhood infrastructure around schools to ensure the safety of Pima County's children, and whereas it is important as a community to teach children about bike and pedestrian safety and the health benefits of clean air and active school communities, and whereas Walk and Roll to School Weeks have helped encourage children to safely walk and bicycle to school and create and promote local safe route to schools programs across the United States and throughout the world. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims the week of October 27 through October 31, 2025 to be Walk and Roll to School Week, and urges all students, parents, teachers, administrators, schools, and school districts in Pima County to participate in these events and encourage everyone to consider the safety and health of children this week and every week. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Who is your spokesperson? Ms. Shep?
Thank you so much. We are super proud to be partnering once again this year with the Pima County Health Department and Superintendent of Schools. This is the 5th year that the Pima County Department of Environmental Quality's Clean Air Program has sponsored this event. This year we have 51 schools signed up from 10 districts, as well as several charter and private schools. And that includes 36,164 students who can be participating in these events today or this week. Or next week. So we're really happy about that. Thank you all. And I just want to give props to our colleague, Sky Siegel, who wasn't able to be here. She put in a lot of effort, as well as Myra Valencia, who really stepped up this year for the superintendent's office to help make this happen. We very much appreciate your help. Sitlali, did you want to say a few words as well?
Hi, I'm Citlali Gonzalez. I am a program manager at the Pima County Health Department. I want to say thank you to the Department of Environmental Quality for asking us to collaborate on this initiative again, along with the superintendent's office and our other active transportation partners. I also want to thank my staff for all the time and heart that they put into our school partnerships this year for Walk and Roll. Our children are the leaders for change, and Walk and Roll gives them the opportunity to see what a healthier future could look like. They have the opportunity and they learn to gather in community, mobilize on good health habits, and also discover how to have fun while creating a difference. And so thank you to the board for the continued support and giving us that opportunity. And we're really looking forward to this week and seeing all the kids. So thank you.
All right, thank you all very much. The next two proclamations are on the addendum. They're number 1 and number 2 on the addendum. The first one is presentation of a proclamation to Peter Fazlola, President, Alex Miramontes, Vice President and CFO, and Robert Carnal, Marketing Manager for GlasTech Industries Incorporated, recognizing GlasTech Industries' 35 years of innovation and impact. I'll move the item.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Allen. Discussion, Supervisor Cano.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Scott. Are we on?
I think Supervisor Cano's microphone is not working.
Thank you, Supervisor Christie. I appreciate you.
Just one time.
Just one time. I want to make sure before we vote on the item that members of GlasTech are here. Perfect. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Please call to question.
All right. Thank you. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item passes 4-0, and Supervisor Cano put this item on the addendum, so he'll be presenting the proclamation.
Want to really thank the GlasTech family for being here today. We met a few weeks ago, and that's where I learned that we were celebrating a 35-year anniversary, and we figured what a unique opportunity to come celebrate a District 5 small business that really has grown and created so much impact in our community. So I'm going to go in and read this. Whereas in 1992, Tucson natives Alex Miramontes and Pete Fazlola took a leap of faith and launched GlasTech Industries in a modest 1,500 square foot room, laying the foundation for what would become a nationally recognized leader in the glass fabrication and distribution industry. And whereas from that single Tucson facility, GlasTech has grown into a regional powerhouse with 9 factories across 6 states, including Arizona, New Mexico, Colorado, Utah, Idaho, and Louisiana, representing over 450,000 square feet of workspace and a spirit of ambition born right here in Southern Arizona. And whereas for 35 years, GlasTech has delivered energy-efficient, performance-driven glass solutions for commercial, architectural, and residential projects, supplying over 1,000 licensed glaziers and supporting the design and building community with unmatched technical experience and craftsmanship. And whereas GlasTech's story is not just one of growth, but of resilience and reinvestment, continuously upgrading technologies, expanding capabilities, and creating good-paying jobs for more than 270 employees across the Southwest, all while nurturing a workplace culture built on pride, on care, and respect. And whereas the company remains deeply rooted right here in Tucson and continues to reflect the values we hold dear, innovation, hard work, and the power of local leadership with a national impact. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors proudly recognizes GlasTech Industries' 35 years of innovation and impact for 35 years of excellence in manufacturing, job creation, and community investment, and honors the founders, the employees, and the extended GlasTech family for their dedication to Tucson's legacy of industrial leadership and for making a lasting impact on our region and far beyond, passed and adopted this 21st day of October 2025. Congratulations. And then we'll take the photo.
Well, we really appreciate this, and it's been 35 years of a lot of hard work and dedication, and we're thankful for this and very appreciative.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Cano. We will now move to item number 2 on the addendum. This is presentation of a proclamation to Alethea Doe and Crystal Fimbres proclaiming the day of Friday, October 24, 2025, to be National Latinx HIV/AIDS Awareness Day in Pima County. I'll move the item.
Second.
Moved and
And
seconded by
discussion.
Supervisor Kano.
Thank you, Chair Scott. Are representatives here to accept the proclamation? We didn't think so. So what I'm going to ask is that we vote on the item and we'll present it at their community dedication later this week.
All right. Thank you, Supervisor. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item passes 4-0. And as Supervisor Kano said, he will make an appropriate presentation of that in another venue. Thank you, sir. Okay. We're going to move on to call to the public. And I will read the board's rules and regulations for call to the public. Citizens attending the meeting shall observe rules of propriety, decorum, and good conduct. Any person making personal, impertinent, or slanderous remarks or who becomes boisterous while addressing the board may be removed by the sergeant at arms if directed by the chair. Such person may be barred from further audience before the board. Unauthorized remarks from the audience, stamping of feet, whistling yells, and similar demonstrations shall not be permitted by the chair, who may direct defendants from the hearing room. Just to add to this, I very much appreciated at last week's meeting that if people had a desire to applaud somebody's remarks, that generally they waited until the end of that person's remarks. Interrupting somebody's time to applaud or cheer or otherwise respond doesn't show proper respect to the speaker. We do have a significant number of speakers, and per the rules of the board, each speaker will have 2 minutes. Because we have 45 people who have turned in speaker cards. The first speaker is Nina Luxembourg, and Nina will be followed by Luke Felix Rose and Vivek Barathan. And Luke and Vivek can wait down here after so that you can be ready to speak after Ms. Luxembourg speaks, and you can turn the microphone over towards you, ma'am. Whoop, sorry about that. And then just to, for the record, Supervisor Hines
Arita,
has
Nina
joined me.
Luxembourg.
Thank you, Ms. Luxembourg.
Supervisors, did you know Hudbay's above-ground tailing piles will be as high as 500 feet, with some a stone's throw from residential homes? That's 3/4 the height of each support tower of the Golden Gate Bridge above San Francisco Bay. A breeze as low as 9 miles per hour will carry dust, toxic dust, to Copper Ridge Elementary School. A child's exposure can result in a diagnosis of cancer decades later. Cancer is now the leading cause of death in young adults in America, ages 15 to 39. Who will clean up our contaminated air? Not Hudbay, not ADAQ, not the EPA. They're laying off 1,000 scientists. Who then? Us. An estimated 110 heavy trucks every day will be traveling the dirt road to the experimental range. Who gave Hudbay permission to spray that road to compact the dirt with chemicals that can poison wildlife, vegetation, and our groundwater? And when those trucks hauling copper concentrate, sulfuric acid, and other toxic chemicals drive through Sahuarita's main corridor to get to and from 19, an accident with a school bus or train will be catastrophic. For 40 plus years, Hudbay will use an estimated 4.4 billion gallons of water every year, equal to supplying 102,000 Pima County citizens. Resolution Copper is about to start their 40-year operation near Phoenix. We don't need another copper mine in Arizona. Who gave Hudbay permission to construct cement roads in the Santa Ritas across ephemeral washes, disrupting rainwater flowing to the Santa Cruz, further diminishing the dwindling water supply in the Colorado River Basin, and threatening the hydropower that our electric grid relies upon from Hoover Dam? Hudbay needs a red light. We urge you to stop Copper World now. I'm sorry they used poor judgment in their land purchases, but real estate is bought and sold every day. It's just another business deal for a foreign multinational corporation. They can mine elsewhere. We don't want them in our backyard. Don't be fooled by short-term promises. We don't want Tucson to be like Cancer Alley, Louisiana, East Palestine, Ohio, or Flint, Michigan. We urge you to say no to Copper World now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Luxembourg.
Thank you, Board. Chair Scott. My name is Luke Felix Rose, District 5, and I wrote this speech shortly after last week's public comment, and I've since used a version of it at the U of A as well. It should be concerning to us all that what I'm about to say can be applied to multiple governing bodies in this city. To start, I'm sorry I don't represent a money fund, a private equity, and that I'm not from a mega corporation or can't donate to your re-election funds next cycle. The only wealth I have is the trust and support of the people. You let me know if that's enough. I speak with the power of over 10,000 supporters of the No Desert Data Center movement, the 20,000 plus supporters of the member organizations within that coalition, and the 500 plus students I represent in my organizations and coalitions, and of my family, friends, and neighbors when I say, stop Project Blue, end this now. Here in this binder, I have living proof that you've known about this deal for years and only gave the people months to organize against it. End the corruption now. I'm not too sure you will, and I'm afraid of that. I'm scared because I love democracy, but when men with money get private meetings and we the people get a measly 2 minutes, that's not democracy, that is oligarchy. Facilitated in this chamber by Chair Rex Scott. If you disagree, open a better public forum. Please try to prove me wrong. I look forward to your solutions. Thank you.
Okay, we'll now hear from Vivek, followed by Laura Silva, June Williams, and Lee Zeisch.
I don't know if you're paying attention to what happened this summer. Actually, you know what? Remember last time I said I skipped breakfast? I skipped breakfast again, and now I'm fueled by the support of even more of my community who showed up today. And I really hope the three of you who continue to support Project Blue 8 this morning. I don't know if you were paying attention to what happened this summer, but this is a fraction of the people who showed up. We complain constantly in here about how you all meet on a Tuesday morning during a work day when all of us have to give up PTO and be here. Just think about the number of people who wanted to be here but couldn't, who feel as passionately as everybody behind me and in the overflow who don't. Have you seen this room like this? I've never seen this room like this. I've never heard people cheering from the overflow section on a 25-second delay. You have a real opportunity here. And I don't want our perseverance and organizing our city council's leadership to be the only story that inspires other communities, because we are inspiring other communities. You have a chance to join us in doing that. I talked to somebody yesterday in Texas who's trying to organize against a data center, and they said if it wasn't for us, they wouldn't know they could do it. What are you doing? Let this be the story of your leadership in understanding that this is the wrong thing for our community. Let it be a redemptive story of how you joined with the vast majority of your community and fought for us. Even if you end up losing, we don't care. 500,000 to $1 million, that's what the lawsuits might cost us. Do it. That's a sunk cost. I didn't know you had a bar, Supervisor Hines. That's cool. I would like to hang out there. I cannot do that if you continue your awful position and continue to betray our community. All three of you, stop it. Come.
Thank you, sir.
Join us. We're here. Join us.
Laura Silva. Go ahead, Laura.
Hello, my name is Laura Silva, a Tucson City and Pima County resident. My request is for this board to not complete the proposed sale of land to Beal Infrastructure for Project Blue. I have several reasons for this request, but we'll focus on one that has been neglected in discussion to date: the magnitude of an unreasonable transfer of project financial risk for data center development from the ultimate corporate beneficiary versus the local residents and utility ratepayers. This risk has not been analyzed, discussed, or mitigated. In recent days, warning of an AI bubble has come from the Bank of England, the International Monetary Fund, as well as JP Morgan boss Jamie Dimon and others. Why is there risk to us? Industry adapts and corrects for markets, and a very small correction for Amazon Web Services is to not timely finish or to abandon a data center. However, one unfinished data center in Pima County can leave an enormous negative financial footprint in Tucson via abandoned infrastructure that still has to be paid for by customers of Tucson Electric Power and/or Tucson Water. Before now, there's never been such an industry with this difference in scale of financial consequence for each of the sides to an agreement. This is not a theoretical concern. Abandoned utility infrastructure does happen. In the 1980s, the Washington Public Power Supply System municipal bond default was the largest ever to have happened by that time. This is not an ordinary economic development proposals and deserves a new business approach. I implore you to use your positions and leverage to chart a better future and to not complete this deal. Thank you.
June Williams.
Hello to the Board of Supervisors. My name is June. I'm a resident of District 2, and I'm here once again to demand an end to this land deal and to say no to Jeff Bezos. Growing up in Arizona, during school, they would come in and tell us what to do to preserve the little water we have. Take shorter showers, turn off the tap when you brush your teeth, use a dishwasher. I understood as a child that it was part of my duty to preserve this beautiful arid landscape that helped raise me. It is a duty of all of us to preserve what we have for the next generation. But companies like Beal Industries do not care about the next generation. They only care about shareholder value. And instead of lessons like I got, they get NDAs. As a reminder, the air-cooled system still uses water. The water may not come from Tucson, but the amount of electricity required still needs to be cooled on its way into the data center. And with higher electrical requirements, it will need a lot more water. In addition to water, these data centers only have a 20 to 30 year lifespan. I've driven by Phoenix Mart many times on the I-10 North and can see what happens when we build huge monuments to whatever economic fad is biggest at the time. And AI is huge, 4 times the size of the subprime mortgage bubble. We seem to be stuck in a cycle where we sell off our land and environment to companies that have no vested interest in making a positive contribution to our lives or our homes. Because they don't make any money. That does not make any money. Amazon is a parasite that and I'm sure the board knows this, is hanging this project over Tucson like a guillotine. They do not care about our planet that is on the brink. To all of us in this room, we are just numbers and data, but fixing what they are going to do is going to be exponentially harder than stopping this here and now. And we all understand how hard this actually is. So I'm urging this board to do something hard and to not look to the next year, but the next 10 or 20 years. When the AI bubble bursts and jobs are lost, we are going to be out of water, and who is going to pick up these pieces? We need to reject this land deal and every data center going forward.
And after Lee is Steve Brown, Julius Schlossberg, and Marta Lynn.
Hi, my name is Lee. I'm a District 2 resident, and like the many people in this room and outside in the overflow who could not fit in, I am here today to ask you not to close on the land sale for Amazon's harmful Project Blue Data Center. I was particularly compelled to speak today because my representative, Supervisor Hines, you have told some of your constituents that you have listened to us of our opinions here on this before you, and that you already met with TEP in Beal, and some other city and county agencies. And so I'm very concerned that multi-billion-dollar corporations that are set to profit off of this project seem to be the experts that you consider and that we are just opinions. Because Tucson community has vast expertise, especially when it comes to water. I am not originally from here. I'm not a water expert. Love brought me here 3 years ago, but I am a climate justice organizer. organizer, and I have worked with communities fighting frack gas power plants and major corporate utilities and their rate hikes for most of my adult life. And it is absolute bullshit for TEP to say that its rate hike is not connected to Project Blue. And I'm very disappointed you keep parroting that line. Specifically in their rate hike, they say that they are raising our bills to recoup costs for investments like the 200 megawatt Roadrunner battery storage. We all saw the big show TEP and Beal put on saying this is all going to be battery, renewable battery powered. We are paying for that through our bills if this rate hike is approved. They are absolutely connected, and they will start building a ton of frack gas for future phases if you let them get their foot in the door. So I will tell you my opinion now. It is my opinion that anybody who supports Project Blue will face political consequences. You will not win primaries. You will not face higher office. And if you have that opinion and agree with that, please raise your hand behind me and know that, yes, if you do not support us and close this land sale, you will face consequences. Thank you so much.
Brown. Mr. Brown.
Good morning, and thank you very much for the opportunity to speak in support of the resolution to oppose HUD-Bay's Copper World project in the Santa Ritas. I thank you for your support of resolutions like this over the years, and tell you a little bit why. I'm a Tucson native, currently live on the west side of Tucson in District 5. I'm a retired teacher. Most recently, I taught in the Spanish language enrichment program at TUSD's Carrillo K-5 school, about 2 blocks over that way. I'm quite familiar with this state-owned real estate in question as I grew up in the Santa Rita Mountains. In my volunteer capacity, I serve as a member of the board of directors of Save the Scenic Santa Ritas. This property would be the linchpin for Copper World, a foreign company's, HUD-Bay's larger scheme to defile and desecrate one of Pima County's most valuable resources, the Santa Rita Mountains. I have 3 things that I want to speak about briefly. 3 public health issues here. Number 1, water. Copper World would become one of the largest consumers of groundwater in southern Arizona. It would use 5 times more water than Project Blue Data Center initially planned to use. Copper World would use enough groundwater each year to meet the annual demand of 126,000 plus Tucson residents. That's a lot of water. The water they use would inevitably end up in the Santa Cruz and Santa River watersheds. As Dr. Luxembourg explained, toxics in the air and the water impact children in particular, and so this is an important way to protect our water. Second thing is air. As Dr. Luxembourg explained, wind blowing off the tailings that this would make possible would spread over Corona to Tucson. And finally, the third thing is our sense of public health. Thank you.
Thank you.
Julia Schlossberg.
I'd like to draw attention to something that Supervisor Hines said at a recent meeting. The topic was whether or not to transition healthcare in Pima County correctional facilities away from a private company to a county staffed model. I deeply appreciate your remarks, which were to the effect that when a profit motive is introduced into a healthcare system, the quality of care decreases as a matter of course. Money is simply a convenient abstraction of value, the value of objects like hospital beds, thermometers, and the labor that human beings put into a system. It doesn't take a genius to figure out that when there is a motive to extract as much money as possible from a system, these things which we abstract as money disappear. How many people in this room do you suppose have lost a loved one in recent years after having to wait 6 months for an oncology appointment while a healthcare insurance CEO is frothing at the mouth, orchestrating the next stock buyback? I do understand that it may be more difficult to connect these dots when it comes to something like Project Blue, where we don't think of our rivers, our endangered fireflies, our trees as money, but Amazon does. I know that what the amazing folks at Tucson Water saw in this project was the availability of a new source of effluent and new investments in reclamation facilities. I know that Pima County's lawyers show up to work with the intention of protecting our city's precious and irreplaceable resources, but Amazon's lawyers have already run circles around you. You can't back out of this deal even if you want to. Are any of you going to look us in the face and tell us that this was your intention with this deal, where if the annexation falls through, they can back out, but we can't? Like, how many outside law firms reviewed your contract? I'm guessing it was 0. This is a company that will shut down an entire distribution facility when 2 employees mention the word union. This is a company that will send teams of the highest paid lawyers on the planet to demolish every clause of every contract that you inculcate us all in. You are in over your heads. You are selling our future. Get us out of the secret deal that you all made on our behalf, and don't ever do something like this again. Thank you for your time.
Martha Lynn.
My name is Martha Lynn. I'm from District 5. I am deeply concerned about water use from our aquifers by both Hud Bay in the Santa Ritas and Project Blue. I'll read the numbers to compare and have submitted much of this speech with those numbers and my sources, figures for you to verify. Project Blue would have consumed 1,825,000 million gallons of water a year under the defunct contract, where they would have paid Tucson Water to evaporatively cool their computers. Hud Bay will prevent the flow of almost 4.5 billion gallons a year of water into the Santa Cruz aquifer. We not only stand to lose our sky island, the Santa Ritas, the biggest loss of all to Pima County from this mine will be the water that never reaches the Santa Cruz. Pima County will suffer the biggest loss of all due to Hud Bay's mine, and you should be petitioning the state government, talking to Katie Hobbs, arguing with ADEC, anything you can think to do to prevent this mine from ever operating. Tucsonans should be as aware and angry about Hud Bay as they are about Project Blue. Concerning Project Blue, now wanting to buy electricity to air cool their computers, we know it takes a good deal more electricity than evaporative cooling, but it will also take more water. TEP generates 70% of its electricity from fossil fuels, and all those fossil fuel generators are water cooled. To add PB's electric needs means less water in our aquifers. Water TEP never pays for because they own the wells, as does Hud Bay. Draw it out for themselves for free. Between PB and Hud Bay, we've lost control of the drain of gold water.
Our next 3 speakers are Elena Ortiz, Jeff Worth, and Mark Eberly. Elena Ortiz.
Good morning. My name is Elena Ortiz. I grew up here in Tucson, and I want to have a future in Tucson. I fear the ways persistent drought, extreme heat caused by climate change stand to make my hometown inhospitable for me and future generations. I'm here to express my opposition to 2 projects that seek to extract precious resources and jeopardize our future as desert dwellers. This feels particularly heavy in light of our federal political context, which I just want to remind us of. Federal agencies are being stripped of staffing and resources, congressional authority is being trampled on, and courts are not on our side. More than ever, local decision-making is one of the few protections left in our communities. I'm disappointed by my representation on this board as a resident of District 2 and the fact that Project Blue is moving forward despite not meeting closing conditions on their contract and strong and persistent community and city council opposition. I continue to be frustrated at folks on this body who approved this project with little to no details on its environmental and economic impacts, without at the very least seeking stronger protections from the developer. I'm frustrated at the public servants on this body, like my representative, Supervisor Hines, who refused to change their mind on this issue, even as we learn more about the harms it could cause and the data center development across our watershed. Changing your mind when presented with new information is a mark of leadership. I urge this body to pursue all mechanisms available to it to stop this project. Beal has not met closing conditions, and so do not close on the land sale to Beal and Amazon. With my last bits of time, I just want to say I regularly spend my time in the Santa Ritas and strongly oppose Copper World. The state has not placed the most rigorous protections for water and air on this project, and it puts our community, wildlife, and environmental health at risk. Please vote to reaffirm the county's opposition to this project. Thank you.
Jeff Worth.
Hello, Matt Hines. Nice seeing you again. You made me go to your wine bar last night and pretend to like wine to speak to your face. You can block us on social media, but you can't block this. That's all.
Eb Eberling.
Supervisors, thank you for your service. Eb Eberline, I'm a resident of District 3 and Keeling neighborhood. I'm proud of my neighborhood where we are reaching out both sides of Grant Road to provide places for our unhoused. The environmental and utility aspects of both of these projects are evident. But I'm here to flip the switch. I'm talking to you. Do you stream? Do you have that phone deal that's unlimited data?
Pardon me, Mr. Eberline, you need to address the board.
Okay. Do all of you have unlimited data? Are you providing the demand for these data centers? It's on all of us. It's not just on our representatives, it's on all of us to look at how we behave and how we choose to use resources. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, our next three speakers are Phineas Anderson, Susan Jess, and Alicio Gomez.
Since April 1, 6 months ago, I have asked you to pass a very simple resolution about executive overreach and defending democracy. I spoke to you a month ago for the third time to pass that resolution. You have not. At that meeting, I also asked, are you prepared to resist, to defend our city, to put up a fight should Trump decide to send National Guard troops to Tucson? I said at that meeting also, we the people of Pima County would resist, and I shared with you that a mass demonstration would soon be coming to the area, and it did. This past Saturday, No Kings 2 happened. Democracy Unites Us, DUU, of which I am a co-founder, has an email list of 7,000 active protesters. In your county 3 days ago, there were 12 locations where protesters gathered in places like Vail, Green Valley, Oro Valley, and Tucson. 15,217 of your residents showed up. Regular folks in Pima County were making their voices heard. Where are you? For 6 months, and I think you will agree, I have been more than patient. I have not brought supporters to these meetings. I have not informed the people on the DU mailing list about your lack of support, your present refusal to do anything. In essence, unlike many other counties in the nation, you have given no expression of resistance to the current challenges to our democracies. But I'm about to let those 7,000 protesters know. I'd rather sing your praises. Can't we work together something out? I hope by the next meeting, one of you
Thank
will
you,
step
Mr.
aside. Okay.
Susan Jeff. Go ahead, Ms. Jess.
It's actually Ms. Tiss, but thank you.
Oh,
The T
I
looks like a J.
apologize.
That's all right. Hello, supervisors. Thank you for letting us be here and speak today. My name is Susan Tiss. I am a resident and homeowner in Matt Hines District. I'm born and raised Tucsonan. I was educated here, and I stay here and work here because I believe in this community. A lot of people here today are much more articulate than me, have talked to you about Project Blue here in past meetings over and over again. I'm here to say the quiet part out loud. You've broken our trust, especially you, Dr. Hines, you, Mr. Christie, and you, Mr. Scott. You've broken our trust. You have declared that you know that your constituents don't support this, and yet you don't support us. And if you don't support us in this, then how can we trust you to support us in any of the other things that you claim to believe in? Dr. Heinz, you've been good enough to converse with me in private messages on social media about how there's probably more that we agree on than that we disagree on. And I don't disagree with you on that, but I don't know that I can trust you about these other things that we supposedly agree on because you aren't listening to us about this. So please listen to us and do your job that we elected you to do.
Hello, my name is Eliseo Gomez. I am an educator. I'm a science teacher at Pueblo High School, and I'm taking paid time off today to be here to tell you to not close on this land deal. Supervisor Scott, you were an educator and an administrator for 28 years. You understand how valuable paid time off is, so you should take it seriously that I'm here. I'm a resident of District 5. Rex Scott, you also, as an educator, I hope you understand what it means to serve your community and what it means to stand up for them, to stick up for them. You're not doing a good job of that right now. You're elected to listen to us, not to just act on our behalf, not to act independently because you know what's best for us. We know what's best for us, is what we're telling you right now. Also, you were speaking for this proclamation about public health for students, about schools transportation. Love that. I think that's amazing. This air-cooled facility poses a direct threat to their health. Supervisor Hines, you're a doctor. I'm a science teacher. You know plenty more, I assume, about health than I do, but I have a little bit that I know as well. Asthma is a big problem with these data centers. Pollution causes asthma in children. The water contamination releases PFAS into our drinking supply. That's a carcinogen. AI is not going to help us to solve cancer. It's going to create a lot of cancer. By 2030, data centers will exceed $20 billion in public health costs. So $1 million in fighting a lawsuit doesn't sound that bad. Supervisor Christie, you clarified the deal wouldn't go through if annexation didn't occur. So where's the due diligence? Annexation did not occur. We should not be here right now. Supervisors Cano, Supervisors Allen, thank you for standing with us. Thank you for working with this. You guys have a lot to learn from these two. That's it.
Our next three speakers are Sarah Tarver-Walquist, John Doherty, and Paige Humphrey.
Good morning, supervisors. Good morning, everybody in the room. My name is Sarah. I am a born and raised Tucsonan, resident of District 2, parent and public servant. This morning, you will hear people speak about Project Blue, about how it's not just devastating for our environment, but a bad economic deal all around. You'll hear us beg you to listen as we have been for months. I have incredible respect, awe, and gratitude for the people who have been leading this fight and those speaking at this and other Board of Supervisors meetings. And I will leave it to them this morning to continue to list the myriad reasons why you should stand up, show some guts, and stop this deal while you still can. I'll use my time to honor all the people not in this room today. I am lucky. I have paid time off and a boss willing to change my schedule for the day. I have healthy kids who are able to go to school this morning and a working car I can use to go straight from this meeting back to my job. Every other person in this room and in the overflow faced a similar set of questions that I did before coming here today. How much time can I take off work? Who else needs me today? How do I show up in this moment when I am trying so hard otherwise to balance my life on a tightrope? You supervisors are here doing the jobs we elected you for. But for the rest of us, it has cost us something to be here, to beg you to listen. And I want to emphasize that for every one of us here today and outside those doors, there are hundreds and thousands even who did not have our same privileges. They are earning their rent money, taking care of their family members, and attending classes. They don't have the luxury of traveling downtown or signing on online on a Tuesday morning to beg for 2 minutes of your time. So as you move forward, please remember that each of us here today telling you we know that Project Blue is a disaster in the making, asking you to preserve resources for our community instead of exploitative AI-hungry corporations. Each one of us represents our friends, colleagues, and loved ones who are living their lives today, counting on you to do your jobs so they can keep doing theirs. Thank you.
John Doherty.
Good morning, Chairman Scott, members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is John Doherty. I'm Executive Director of Save the Scenic Santa Rita's, and we're here to support the county being on the right side on this issue, and for the fourth time preparing and considering to pass a resolution opposed to the former Rosemont mine and now known as the Copper World mine. A lot of folks here don't know this, but Hud Bay Minerals has blood on its hands. Hud Bay's Chief Security Officer pled guilty to murder of a Mayan Quechua opposition leader in Guatemala. The Mayan folks were just defending their land, and Hud Bay's security chief shot him in the head, hacked him with machetes, and threw his body on the ground. Hud Bay lied about it, denied until the security chief finally pled guilty. This is not a company to trust. This is a company that poisoned its own community, left elevated levels of lead in the blood of its children in Flin Flon, Manitoba. This is a community that hired the Peruvian National Police to beat and tear gas protesters who were peacefully gathered in Uchucarco, Peru. This is a company that is lying to you, to everybody in this community, to the state of Arizona about its intentions on what it's going to do with the Copper World mine. This is not a company you can trust. They have a long, notorious history, and I urge you to look at it. They're telling us they're going to replace and recycle all the water they're going to use down in Sarita. That's a lie. 3 billion gallons a year, 9 million gallons a day they're going to pump out of that aquifer. They have no chance of replenishing that water. They say it's going to come from the CAP. That's a bunch of baloney. Thank you, Pima County, for being on the right side on this issue.
Thank you. Paige Humphrey.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Paige Humphrey. I'm the Outreach Coordinator for Save the Scenic Santa Rita's and a resident of District 2. I'm here today to urge the county to pass Resolution 2025-49 in opposition to the Copper World mining complex. The Sonoran Desert is special, home to jaguars and saguaros, beloved by its human inhabitants, and stewarded by the Atham and their ancestors since time immemorial. The history of the Sonoran Desert reaches as far back as the formation of the mountains themselves. These crucial, prominent features of the landscape shaped our rivers, our animals, our plants, and our lifestyles. Of particular importance today is the Santa Rita mountain range, one of the many sky islands that towers above a sea of low desert. This natural history also includes the formation of copper ore deposits deep within our mountains. For decades, copper mining companies have threatened the degradation of the Santa Rita Mountains and their adjacent watersheds. Toronto-based Hud Bay Minerals' proposed Copper World mining complex threatens to contaminate and dry up our water sources, destroy critical habitat for endangered species, and pollute the air that we need to breathe. Copper World would use heavy trucks to transport materials to and from the mine, as there are no railroads in or immediately adjacent to the mountains. Using figures from the previous iteration of the mine, known as the Rosemont mine, we estimate that Copper World would need 40,000 truck trips per year to operate. That's one truck every 15 minutes, 24/7, driving through downtown Saurita, carrying copper concentrate, sulfuric acid, and explosives. This figure doesn't include additional traffic from mine workers commuting to and from the site. More traffic inevitably means more crashes, and crashes, including explosives or other hazardous materials, would be catastrophic. Once again, I urge you to pass Resolution 2025-49, reaffirming the county's opposition to this horrific project. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Humphrey. I don't know if I'm pronouncing this right. It's either Kylie or Keely Lewis. And Ms. Lewis is followed by Katana Aranda and Lynn Price.
Good morning. My name is Kylie Lewis, and I am a resident of District 2. I'm here to simply ask why Supervisors Hines, Christie, and Scott fear a potential lawsuit more than a long-lasting damage that will be done to our area. This community clearly does not want this. We have pleaded with, we have argued logically and with facts, appealed to your better judgment, and given emotional testimonies in this chamber over and over again. We would rather collectively, proudly, and strongly stand at your backs in a lawsuit against Beal and Amazon Web Services than stand here in opposition. We do not want to be against you. We want to be for you. You are our representatives. We would also ask that you relieve us of this threat and ensure that this desert is habitable for future generations. Please, whatever you are holding on to that is keeping you dedicated to this land sale agreement, please let it go. We are asking you to join us and be on the right side of history. You do not have to go through with this. All of this resistance and opposition can end. You can stand on the side of the city of Tucson. You can stand on the side of Pima County, all of which you are stewards of that land to protect. You can choose to listen to your constituents and establish a trusting relationship with us. You can choose to protect our health and well-being over this data center. And we know that you know what the right thing to do is here. So we ask, how do you want to be remembered? Is it that you protected the interests of a mega corporation, that you sold your community out, or that you stood up to big tech, that you were brave in the face of financial threats, and that you set a standard for protecting your community that will echo across our nation? I want to specifically thank our supervisors, Kano and Allen, for standing as you have. Thank you all for your time.
Katana Aranda.
Hi, Supervisors. My name is Keithana, and I'm a resident of District 2. I spoke last week about why our county shouldn't close the deal with Beal and Humphreys Peak for Project Blue, and I'm here to finish what I was saying and build on what our many brilliant community members have already said. And I've written down what I'm saying because 2 minutes is not nearly enough, so I'm going to speak fast. This massive data center complex is projected to use as much energy as another entire city of Tucson, leading to grid instability and higher rates. This is a public health issue at a time when people are struggling to pay rising energy bills. Pima County heat deaths have surged along with summer temperatures, and this year, so far in 2025, according to a recent Arizona Luminaria article, Living Without Air Conditioning in Tucson's Deadly Heat, 97 people have died of heat-related causes in this county, and the year isn't over. 60% or 58 of those people were outdoors. 39 people died indoors. That's 40% of people died indoors. If you go ahead with this deal, many more people will die from the heat because they won't be able to afford the energy costs. Communities across the country are fighting these data centers because we know that the costs are too high with few benefits for us. Companies like Amazon want to extract local resources for profit while we suffer and die. They'll use our water and energy, pollute the air we breathe, and drive up temperatures. We only need to look to places like Memphis, where gas turbines are polluting the air, Georgia, where the groundwater has been depleted, and we know they have far more water than we do, and Northern Virginia to see the impacts. And for what? The push to build these data centers is part of a federal government push for unregulated AI that will be used for surveillance and political repression. It will endanger our communities, from immigrants to folks seeking trans health
Thank
care
you,
to
ma'am.
anyone who speaks up.
Lynn Price. And following Ms. Price, we have Shirley Ricard, Melinda Matson-Spina, and Betsy Wilkening. Ms. Price.
Thank you. Board of Supervisors, thank you for voting no on the Beal land sale in accordance with your commitment to the Pima County 2025 to 2030 Climate Action Plan. We appreciate that you, as the plan states, quote, "We appreciate that you will ensure that our strategies, tactics, projects, and evaluation continue to positively affect the public health of Pima County." The public health of Pima County. We also appreciate your Board of Supervisors Policy 31.4 for, quote again, enhanced due diligence process for Pima County economic development projects, which underscore environmental reviews and economic initiative. Discussion of the Beal land sale includes not only energy, how will it be produced, but the mounting problem of electronic waste. Servers and GPUs, graphic processing units, are typically replaced every 2 to 5 years, more than 80% of which is discarded. E-waste recycling and handling are poorly regulated. In the U.S., no federal regulations govern e-waste management, which contains hazardous materials such as lead, mercury, cadmium, and arsenic. And in 10 years, the data center ages out. What then? Board of Supervisors, what do you know about the electronic waste that will be produced as a result
Thank you, ma'am.
of this land sale? Thank you.
Supervisors, I'm Shirley Reckward. Most of you know me from years past. I have 2 items that I'd like to address right now, just changing to a different tack. On item 18 and 19, digital inclusion, we know that inclusion is part of digital inclusion. And what that means is that nobody will be able to escape it. Your constituents want to maintain their own control of their own economy and not hand it over to artificial intelligence, algorithms, and ultimately no machines. Do you even have a brain? You're destroying your own lives as well as ours. Think about your progeny, your children and your grandchildren. Is this the way you want them to live? Having no say of anything about their bodies? Now, back to data centers. I'm not surprised that some of you have voted for Project Blue, because that is your track record. I'm also not surprised that Matt Hines decided to leave the moment that I got up to speak. What I am surprised is that Steve Christie, who is usually the voice of reason and a very level-headed man, would actually decide to go with and support Project Blue. No means no. It simply cannot be said any more succinctly or plainly than that, sirs and madams. We know this is not a dead issue. Do not go through with the sale of this land to Beal. We need our water to preserve life and not to preserve the business of recycling aluminum. Do you even have a brain? You're destroying your own lives as well as ours. Think about your get. Think about the children and the people that come after you. Thank you so much for Mr. Cano and Miss Owen. I don't know you well, but I intend to.
Thank you, ma'am. Melinda Melinda Matson-Spina, followed by Betsy Wilkening, Gail Hartman, and Alice Hatcher. I do want to remind the audience that we have a time certain item that is set for 10:30. It has guest speakers. And then we will come back to call to the public as soon as that item is concluded. Ms. Wilkening.
Ms. Matson-Spina. Mrs.
I'm
Matson-Spina. Sorry. Project Blue and any regional corporate data development is connected with record capital speculation toward all of Arizona becoming a global hub for AI-centered materials, infrastructure, and arms. Cross-reference DOW, Department of War initiatives with the Arizona Stargate and Crystal Land initiatives. Amid the world majority collapse in trust of American governance, this makes all of Arizona, all of us, a colossal target. If you close for Project Blue, you will also be complicit in the biggest and most dangerous economic bubble in the history of money. All right, read the Deutsche Bank and Fortune reports. Worse, many AI scholars agree security reliance on AI would itself be an insurmountable threat to U.S. national security. Read the State Department commissioned Gladstone report. Will you ignore us like you ignored the request I sent you 1 year and 16 days ago for your positions on opacity around military AI goals in the context of local proposals that countless Arizonans have opposed since 2022? Cross-reference the DOW's Project Maven with their optimization aims for Arizona. Do you condone the plunder of dwindling resources for development that propels the DOW toward omnipresent surveillance, autonomous weapons, and existential security risks? This is not growth. It's VC gambling with basic human rights and people's survival. Fathom the gravity of risk in every facet of governance right now and share in the moral courage you see here. Reject Project Blue, regulate AI infrastructure, and demand international diplomacy. Thank you.
Betsy Wilkening.
Hello, my name is Betsy Wilkening. I'm a fifth-generation Tucsonan that lives and votes in District 1, and I'm also a TEP customer. I'm asking the board to not close on the land deal that would bring Project Blue to fruition. Everything about this project goes against all I know and love about Pima County. As an engineering student at the University of Arizona in the 80s, I worked with Pima County monitoring air pollution to bring us into compliance for carbon monoxide. As a classroom teacher, Pima County assisted my students in reducing emissions from cars in the parent pickup line. As an environmental educator, I worked with Pima County educators, sharing our beautiful Santa Cruz River with teachers and students. Project Blue will require double the electricity from TEP that Tucson residents currently receive. This will be met by burning methane. This not only destroys the commitments Pima County is making in our priority climate action plan, but also the quality of life for Pima County residents. Despite empty promises, energy costs will shift to customers, and as we heard earlier, will result in many Tucsonans succumbing to our extreme heat since they will not be able to afford their air conditioning. Pima County's Sonoran Desert Conservation Plan will just become a piece of paper and an acronym of what we once were. We will be giving away all of our resources to large corporations and hurting people and the environment for the equivalent of 0.12% of economic benefits to our economy. Please listen to your constituents and think of what you are doing to those who are not yet old enough to vote. Stop this madness now and cancel the land deal for Project Blue. Thank you.
Gail Hartman.
Chairman Scott and members of the board, my name is Gail Hartman. As some of you know, I've been on the board of Save the Scenic Santa Ritas for over 20 years, and I was the president for 16 years. I want to thank you for the resolutions you've passed beginning in 2007 that oppose open pit copper mining in the Santa Rita Mountains, and I want to encourage you to pass the resolution before you today. As you've heard, there are numerous important reasons to oppose this mining effort. The foremost, of course, being among many, being the waste of over 3 billion gallons of water annually, and the threat of toxics in Davidson Canyon and Cienega Creek that would end up in Tucson's drinking water. Another reason that you may be less aware of is what this mining enterprise would do to the Santa Rita Mountains themselves. One of our iconic mountain ranges called Chuduag in O'atam, which means long mountain, a very appropriate name, I think. In order to get at the principal body of copper, the northern ridge of the mountain range would be excavated out of existence. It would be gone, and we would be left with a huge, ugly scar on the remnant of the mountain. Joe Joaquin, who worked with the Tohono O'atam Cultural Office for many years, used to say, "We take care of the earth, and the earth takes care of us." This is definitely a case where we should take care of the earth and preserve the northern Santa Ritas for their many long-term values, including beauty, wildlife, recreational opportunities, historic and cultural values. These are far more important than any short-term economic gain that might come from an ill-advised mining enterprise. Thank you.
I'm going to call on Alice Hatcher in a moment, and then we will have our time certain item at 10:30. Need to ask the board because we will have met the hour threshold for call to the public at 10:34. I'd like to move that we extend the time for call to the public.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Allen. Discussion. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All right. Thank you. So we're going to hear from Ms. Hatcher, then we're going to have our time certain item at 10:30, then we'll come back to call to the public. We have another time certain item at 11:15. The one at 11:15 will take very little time, but we have a member of Tucson City Council who is coming before their meeting starts at noon. Ms. Hatcher.
Thank you. I'm addressing my comments mainly to Rex Scott and Matt Hines. I'm asking you not to close on the land deal with Beal. To be honest, I've been having nightmares about this, and I mean honestly waking nightmares about the damage this will do to our drought-ravaged environment, about the growing surveillance culture, about the way it will impact people struggling to pay their utility bills. And I say this, I know we have some union members here. I've been a proud member of 3 different unions in my life, and Amazon doesn't give a shit about your needs. This weekend, I attended a No Kings rally and talked about Project Blow with people ranging from Republicans with buyer's remorse to far-left people collecting signatures, and there is not a single person who didn't express anger, grief, shock, and I cannot overstate this, and a sense of betrayal. Betrayal is a very ugly word because everybody I talked to, and I'm talking dozens of people, said, I thought Tucson voted against this. I thought it was obvious that the majority of our community members were opposed to this. They were confused and then outraged because starting with the NDA, everything's been behind closed doors. Now, I want you to pause and think about this. In any relationship, whether it's a marriage, a friendship, or a political coalition, people can weather disagreement. That's normal. It's impossible to weather betrayal when people betray you. Just look at Kristen Sinema. She's now the punchline to a bad joke. We all remember this. She left office in disgrace. And by the way, for people who don't know, she's currently a high-paid consultant for AI companies and guess what? Data center developers. Her reputation is in ruins. By contrast, President Grimella at the University of Arizona voted against Compact of Excellence yesterday, and people who are about to rebel and about to go on a walkout at the U of A said, I love this guy. I'll go to the mat for him now. I will do anything to support this guy because he had our backs.
Thank you, Ms. Hatcher. All right. We have a time certain item. This is addendum item number 6, the effects of HR 1, One Big Beautiful Bill Act on refugee communities in Pima County. This was put on the addendum by Supervisor Hines, and my understanding is that we have guest speakers that have been invited by our colleagues. Supervisor Hines.
Thank you, Chair Scott, and thank you all for being here. This is something that I recently became aware of thanks to the so-called One Big Beautiful Bill Act. Food, literally food, for those who have most recently arrived in our country who have been granted refugee status. Food assistance will be ending as soon as November 1st. This is catastrophic. I don't even think the state has clearly identified how this is going to be rolled out. This affects a significant percentage of thousands of people across the state, hundreds and hundreds in our own community here, including many children. And so I've asked several groups to come and present, IRC, as well as Lutheran Social Services and Catholic Community Services, whose help in this issue I greatly appreciate. And I'd like to give the floor to them to kind of explain this dire situation for the board and for my colleagues.
Thank you, Supervisor Hines. For our presenters, we appreciate you being here. And if you could just state your name and the organizations that you're representing before you address the board.
Thank you, Chairman, supervisors, county staff. It's really grateful for your time today. My name is Aaron Rippenkroger. I'm the director for the International Rescue Committee here in Arizona, including our office here in Tucson, which was opened in 1996. The International Rescue Committee is one of 3 federally contracted refugee resettlement agencies here in Pima County, along with Lutheran Social Services of the Southwest and Catholic Community Services of Southern Arizona, who are all represented here today, along with many other colleague agencies that serve refugees and survivors of human trafficking and related groups in the county. We believe that there are thousands of Pima County residents who are about to be confronted with an abrupt food insecurity situation starting next month through no fault of their own, many of whom are children, and this is due directly to some policy changes that were included in H.R. 1, which was passed on July 4th. These are refugees who've been resettled here by the U.S. government through the U.S. Refugee Admissions Program, which was established by Congress in 1980. And there are individuals also included in this are folks who've been approved for long-term asylum in the U.S. and also survivors of human trafficking. I want to clarify that this topic today is primarily not related to individuals that have crossed over the U.S.-Mexico border or are in the process of seeking asylum in the U.S. here in Arizona or traveling to other parts of the country. These are individuals who are living here long-term. They're based here. They have a legal status, and they're here to stay. They're our neighbors, churchgoers, students, teachers, caregivers, taxpayers in the county. In the handouts that we have for you today, it talks about the scale of global displacement, which is higher than it's ever been in the world. One of the U.S.'s contributions to those global challenges for many, many decades has been the U.S. Refugee Admissions Program that allows a modest number of refugees determined by the president each year to resettle in communities across the country after a years-long vetting process. Over the years, these have often been individuals who are allied with the United States in some capacities, such as Vietnam or Afghanistan, and others who have fled wars or conflict from places like Ethiopia, Syria, Myanmar, and others. Also, over 50% of the folks who are arriving here are usually joining family members that are already living in the area. They arrive in the U.S. with something called refugee status, and they're authorized to work on day one, and with modest assistance from our organizations. Most go to work very quickly and are on the path to self-sufficiency at a remarkable pace. Unfortunately, we are seeing some hesitation among area employers due to all the changing immigration policies, but I'm going to pause there and hand it over to Amelia from Lutheran Social Services to talk a little bit about what happens when they first arrive in the country.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning. My name is Amelia Smith, and I'm the Resettlement Director for Lutheran Social Services of the Southwest.
You can adjust the mic if you.
Okay, sorry. I've also come out of a cold, so I apologize. So once a family is vetted to come to the United States as a refugee, they arrive in Tucson, in our case. And what happens is before the family ever arrives, our agencies work really hard to set up an apartment for the family so they are welcome to a home that's furnished and welcoming for them. Our staff pick them up from the airport. It's usually the staff that will be supporting them once they resettle in the United States. And what happens is we take them to their new home and we help orient them to their new home. So we teach them how to use their stove, how to use the refrigerator, who to call if they have an emergency. And then the next day, our staff return to their home to help them start the orientation process and resettlement process within their new community. Within the first week, we help the family apply for access, their SNAP benefits, and making sure that they have everything they need, along with helping ensure that the children are getting enrolled in school. Within the first 90 days, the core services include a wellness exam, making sure everyone has the immunizations they need, along with a TB test. We do ongoing orientations about the culture, so from safety to medical and anything you might need to know in your new community, along with registering the adults for ESL classes through our partnership with Pima Community College, along with job readiness training. We also help, like I said, help kids get enrolled in school and making sure the parents know how to navigate the U.S. education system, because moving to the United States, the two hardest systems to navigate are the medical and the education systems. So our staff provide support in making sure that they know what needs to be done, making sure their children are going to school so they can be successful. Along with employment assistance. So we have employment specialists on our team who will help them navigate the employment rules of the United States and help them understand the importance of their job and how to balance their money, what their paycheck stubs mean. So there's a lot of supports that go in within the first 90 days of a person's resettlement. Within the first 6 months, they are required to start paying back their travel loan. And so we help them with putting that into their budget and how to pay their travel loan back to the government, along with continuing ongoing resources and referrals to community partners, because we want people to know where to go in their community in order to receive the supports they need, along with outreach and those kinds of things. Once they've been in the United States for a year, they can apply for their green card. We also support that. And so we want to make sure that people are applying for their green card after they've been here for a year. This bill could prevent people from, if they don't have their green card, from being able to access benefits. And so we want to make sure that we're supporting people to do that too throughout our agencies. And then once they've been here for 5 years, they can start the citizen process. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just one more quick word from my part is that, again, authorized to work on day one, that doesn't go away. They don't even really need an employment authorization document. They have a social security number and again, are major contributors to our economy. In one of these slides you'll see here, it talks about job placements that play a really important role in our local workforce. Again, paying taxes, starting businesses, really significant contributions to our community in many, many respects. And then just to emphasize what Amelia said, they have a standard path that at 1 year, they can apply to receive a green card and legal permanent residence, and at 5 years, they can apply for citizenship. So they're on that pathway automatically. Unfortunately, some of the changes in H.R. 1 are going to remove some of the aspects of the support system that they've had before they achieve that legal permanent residence, which can take up to 12 months or more once they've submitted that application, so approximately 2+ years after they've arrived in the country. I'll hand it to Maharia.
Good morning, Supervisors and Chair Scott. My name is Maharia Habibi. I'm a Deputy Director of Programs with the International Rescue Committee. I arrived in Tucson, Arizona over 24 years ago. I was one of the refugees that had that opportunity to call Pima County home. I want to talk to you about a number of executive orders that were signed that directly impact our communities that we work with. On January 20th and onward, there were a series of executive orders that were signed that both impacted individuals that were ready to arrive here in the United States, but also those that had already arrived. And that included a stop work order that resettlement agencies received on January 24th, which really limited us to not being able to provide support and services for those that had already been admitted through the U.S. Refugee Admissions Program. So we had to piece together resources to be able to support them. On July 4th, when one big beautiful bill was signed, it directly impacts our clients with regard to many public benefits that they were eligible for before, or they have been eligible so far. And that included SNAP cuts, the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, or food stamps. They are not going to be eligible for that anymore. The report that you see in front of you, which is the ORR Refugee Resettlement, Office of Refugee Resettlement Program, which sits under the Department of Health and Human Services. Those are all the individuals that are eligible for these services. Of those, refugees are going to be the most impacted with SNAP cuts as a first step. So once the HR 1 was signed, states had 4 months to implement that. And state of Arizona is still analyzing that information, but what we have heard from them verbally is that, that policy is going to going to go into effect on November 1st. So there were two parts to that. One that terminates eligibility for those that have come through the U.S. Refugee Admissions Program, which now we know is going to go into effect on November 1st, which we're estimating in Pima County will impact around 1,700 individuals. And this includes those refugees that are still within that 1-year time limit that they have arrived here and are not eligible to submit, for that legal permanent residence, which is the green card application, which will reinstate their eligibility after they have obtained it. And Amelia alluded to that it takes an average of 12.5 months for that application to be adjudicated. And then the other part of that is the able-bodied working adults that impacts everyone that's receiving SNAP benefits. And that includes changing the age limit from what was applicable before from 18 to 54. Now that age limit is 14 to 64, which means that anyone who's receiving SNAP benefits, and that includes U.S. citizens, those that with legal permanent residence, and we're talking about, mothers that are caring for their children. If they don't have children under the age of 14, they will have to participate. They have to work at least 80 hours a month in order for them to be eligible to continue to receive those benefits. There are a few exemptions, but there's not a whole lot. SNAP benefits is the start of this. There are going to be other benefits that are going to be impacted. For example, Medicaid is going to be cut starting October of 2026. But we're talking about families with children that are going to lose their benefits within a few days now. We have been asking for information and trying to help prepare our communities for this. Unfortunately, we don't have any policies that have been rolled out yet. Some of these notices that we have, for example, the able-bodied working adults without dependents policy was rolled out through notices that have gone out to those that are receiving SNAP benefits. So we're here to inform you and inform the community about these changes that are coming and that it will have a significant impact on our communities and those that are just starting their life here. And we're talking about single parents and families that are working, but because of rising cost of housing and inflation, they really need that little bit of support so that they can get going in that first year. And to give you an example, I would like to invite one of our clients, Sumaya Ahmed, here to share her story with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Sumaya Ahmed from Somalia. I came here as a refugee looking for safety and better opportunities in life. When me and my family first arrived in the United States, we came with hope, but with many challenges. Everything was new, the language and the system even had access to food and healthcare. During that difficult time, the SNAP program, what many calls the food stamp, was the first form of support that helped us survive. SNAP made sure SNAP made sure there was food on our table when we were learning how to navigate life in here. It gave us the ability and dignity. It allowed us to focus on getting jobs and going to schools and building new lives here instead of worrying about what might be on the table. Many families are worried. Just the uncertainty causes a stress and anxiety. Refugees who are still adjusting life here don't often understand what shutdown means. They just hear rumors that SNAP payments were delayed or stopped, and that could impact on refugee households and families with limited income or saving. Many children, peoples, and single parents and big families like mine are going to get affected. For many refugee families, SNAP isn't luxury, is ability to self-sufficiency. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Really want to thank all of you for your presentation. Want to also thank my colleague for putting this item on the addendum so that we could have a public discussion of the impact of HR 1 on people who are in our country legally and are seeking citizenship status. Prior to serving on the board, I was an educator in our public schools, including 5 years as the principal at a high school that had over 40 languages and dialects represented on the campus. And that school was oftentimes not just the first American school for our students, but their first school ever, if they had not had any opportunity for formal schooling in their home country. Appreciate what you said about how the education system and the health system is often the most difficult for our children and parents of political and economic refugees to navigate. And I'm grateful for the work of agencies such as yours to help people to navigate those processes and everything else that they encounter when they come to the United States. Supervisor Hines, any other comments that you wanted to make?
No, I'd like to echo the chair and thank you for taking the time to be here. And I know that I would just like to summarize what you said in a little bit more direct way. The Trump administration is intentionally starving refugees and their children, and that cannot be tolerated. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Hines. Any other questions or comments from board members? All right. Thank you all very much. We're going to go. Oh, I'm sorry, Supervisor Allen. I apologize. Go ahead.
I also wanted to thank you all for coming and well, first and foremost, for the work that you do. I think refugee communities are often hidden from our community. So the work that you do to help transition folks in, get acclimated, to get used to the systems and the processes and procedures is so incredibly important. I cannot imagine the amount of uncertainty and the stress and the strain that it is to land in a new country with, you know, what all the stuff that you're bringing with you, and to be able to become part of Tucson. And I am proud that Tucson is a community that welcomes refugees. So we are, what I'm not proud of is that we have a country, and I keep thinking about this comparison when we've been talking with people come to our office or just out on the streets and at events who are struggling right now from the impacts of an administration that is literally taking food benefits away from people. We've been dealing with it with a number of seniors programs. We've been talking with you all about the impact on the refugee community. And then contrasting that with where money is going and the focus on $70 billion going into immigration enforcement efforts, while at the other hand is taking money away and essential programs and services and food from families here. It is unacceptable. So I thank you. Thank you for coming to us and making sure that we understand what's going on. So for that leadership that every one of you are bringing to the table here today and every day. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Cano.
I want to echo the comments of my colleagues and want to thank the IRC for meeting with me in my office twice on this very important issue. It is clear to me that we have a responsibility as a county to be a partner in these efforts. Phoenix and Washington will not be sending assistance. They are tearing apart our families left and right. And I too share the deep concerns about the role that this administration has already played on hurting the most vulnerable of our communities. I want to thank, I didn't get your name, I'm so sorry, but I want to thank, what's your name? Thank you, Sumaya, for your bold words. We are here with you, and I'm super grateful that you had the courage to tell us your story, and I hope that you continue to love this community because you are one of us, and we are so, so grateful for you being here. I want to thank our county administrator for her continued due diligence on ensuring that our community workforce development teams pay close attention to this issue. November 1st is around the corner, and we've got to be tracking the impact of this horrendous bill on our community. We have a lot of need coming our way. We have the women and infants and children benefits also about to expire. We got some more information on that. You know, humanity seems to be lost right now with this Trump administration, and the county is going to continue to be here to be able to focus on where we can get those dollars where that we need them most. So thank you. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Supervisor. So we have, and thank you again to our guests for your time and your commitment. We have another time certain item at 11:15, but in between now and then, we'll hear from more of our call to the public speakers. The next three speakers are Glenda Avalos, Kevin Holmes, and Kathleen Dreyer.
I will wait for him to sit back. I just want to make it clear that we are not paid speakers. And I am part of the Casa Maria team. I just completed a 10-day fast with the intention of softening people's hearts to the reality of what's happening in Gaza and how it affects us here. We are complicit in Tucson in the genocide. Through the production of weapons of mass destruction at Raytheon, enabled by massive tax giveaways. Supervisor Dr. Matt Hines, in justifying his stance, mentioned how favorable the proposed data center would be in infrastructure to support potential jobs at Raytheon, Caterpillar, and other companies. When Caterpillar relocated, it received $52 million in tax incentives. Raytheon is the largest employer in Tucson. I say enough with the war economics. I know Supervisor Scott has tied his hands in responsibility of the Sun Corridor and those who are sitting on the chair board who stand to benefit from this. Supervisor Christie, we had a family here from your district who say they live, 7 of them are maintained by one well, and they're afraid of the impacts of this that is going to happen. They had to leave because it was too long. Supervisor Dr. Manhines, we have led together initiatives that preserve life. This is why your position feels such a blow.
We are heartbroken to be in opposition with you. As a doctor, your purpose is to save lives, but as a politician, this decision is taking lives. You are not advocating for our community. You are not uplifting our community. I say to you, you are standing on the right, you say that you're standing on the right side because you want to uplift our communities. Maybe that's something that you tell yourself to ease your doubt, but the reality is the decision that you're making is not about us, it's about you. In your ongoing stance of your decision, then just be honest. Don't use our communities. Don't use our working class families to unsheltered neighbors or justify your actions.
Thank you,
I
Ms.
just want to end with this. If you continue to stand in this, you stand against the people, and that is political suicide.
Kevin Holmes. Kevin Holmes. Not seeing Mr. Holmes. Kathleen Dreyer.
You can ask anybody anything, anytime. So here we go. Thank you once again for allowing me to speak with you. My name is Kathleen Dreyer. I live in District 3. I am a photographer. What many of you don't know is I have a 40-year career as a social worker. I specialized in child abuse and adult abuse. I was a qualified expert witness in domestic violence. Why do I bring this up? Our relationship with you is like a domestic violence relationship. That's why I bring this up. To me, the experience of appealing to you is much like the cycle. Statistically, the victim returns to their abuser again and again and again, trying to convince you, if we just say the right word, you will hear us, you will listen to us, rather than have blank faces. You will hear, you will have something in your heart that moves. But oftentimes that fails. The three members here somehow believe the promises of Beal. You too, you three, are victims yourself. We recognize that. For some reason, you're convinced. So, where do we go from here? We, the community, oppose Project Blue, the land sale, return to you again and again. Like most victims, we come to you with the hopes that one day you will hear us. However, the reality is oftentimes the abuser doesn't understand things until they have natural consequences. The difference between Project Blue is that this board finalizes, if they finalize the land sale, we will all suffer. We will all be victims. The false promises you have been given will affect all of us ultimately. Do not close on the land sale. Seek independent counsel. We are willing to bear the brunt of the lawsuit. That is a mere pittance. That is a mere pittance to a forever problem. Do not close on the land sale. You will suffer the consequences politically, economically, and publicly. We will not let this go because we know it is right. Say no. Say no.
Our next three speakers are Reed Sperling, Maria Cooperstein, and Alicia Escobar.
Thank you, Chair Scott and Board of Supervisors. My name is Reed Sperling. I am a Pima County resident. I'm not paid to be here. I've spoken a number of times on Project Blue before the Board of Supervisors here, and this time I thought instead of using my own words, I would bring in a bit of news from across the country. This is from a couple years ago. This is in the Associated Press, Falls Church, Virginia. The tech industry's drive to dot the Virginia landscape with data centers may have hit a glitch this week in Prince William County. Residents of the state's second most populous jurisdiction delivered perhaps the biggest upset among a series of surprising election results in Tuesday's Democratic primary, when political newcomer and data center opponent Deshandra Jefferson knocked off the county's top elected official, Ann Wheeler. Last year, Wheeler led a majority on the Board of Supervisors that approved a plan to rezone more than 2,000 acres of farmland to accept data centers. The plan, called the Prince William Digital Gateway, prompted one of the region's biggest land use disputes in decades. It was approved despite vocal opposition from residents concerned that the data centers are noisy, ugly, and consume massive amounts of electricity. We've had other speakers here today who've talked about how that entails still large amounts of water use, perhaps even more than the original proposal. Please take this election loss from across the country as a sign that you need to work for your constituents or you will face electoral consequences. Protect us. You need to protect us or stand aside. Thank you.
Maria Kupferstein. And Maria is followed by Alicia Escobar, Rachel Byrne, and Jackson and Mason Beam.
Awesome. Good morning. My name is Maria, and I'm a part of the Party for Socialism and Liberation, and I'm also a student at the University of Arizona, and I am not paid to be here. And I feel so thankful that I'm a part of the Tucson community, but it's becoming overwhelmingly clear that there's a representation issue within our community. And the fact of the matter is that people of Tucson do not want this data center or land sale, and it's not unreasonable to understand why. This data center does not serve the interests of the people who reside in Tucson. It serves the interests of a massive corporation that does not care about the land nor the resources that it seeks to take advantage of. Our land, our scarce resources, and our communities are not for sale. There are 7 families within 5 miles of the site in your district, Supervisor Christie. And those 7 families, alongside many more, are the people that will be feeling the impact of this land sale the absolute most, the people that you will be stealing resources from. Both the major impacts of climate change and the burden of trying to fix a planet that has been sucked dry of its natural resources from greedy capitalist corporations will fall upon the working class. It will not be the billionaires purchasing our land, dealing with the consequences of their actions. It will be us as a community. However, if this land sale were to go through, it will be you who will be facing the consequences of the people, because we will not stand complicit where our community is bought and sold. Thank you.
Alicia Escobar. Ms. Escobar. All right, Rachel Byrne. About Jackson and Mason Beam.
Most of our supporters are working class.
Lori Kierstad Joseph.
Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Cano.
Thank you. Before our next speaker comes up, I just wanted to let folks know that there is water available in the lobby and snacks from the District 5 office. We recognize that it's been a few hours, and I want to make sure members of the public are taken care of. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor. Ms. Kierstad Joseph.
Thank you. Good morning, board members. My name is Lori Kierstad Joseph, and I serve as the Assistant Vice Chancellor for Adult Basic Education for College and Career at Pima Community College. And I'm here today with my colleagues from Pima Community College to speak, really to share another perspective on the item, the 1030 item about how the One Big Bill will be impacting our refugees in our community. We serve refugee learners in our English language program. We have about 500 learners each year who are enrolled with us to learn English so that they can support their families. They are all typically working some sort of a job while trying to attend with us as well, and we are concerned that the loss of benefits is going to make enrollment in our program and improvement of their English so that they can get family-sustaining jobs all that much harder. The other thing I'd like to lift up is that along with the guidance, the updated guidance coming to us from the federal government, we are hearing word that adult ed programming, which has typically been an eligible education and training, has been eligible for education and training dollars, is no longer going to be eligible. So we have learners in our program, adults, able-bodied adults without disabilities who need to prove that they are either in school or working 20 hours a week, and our programming will no longer serve as evidence of that, which I think means that folks will be leaving our programming and seeking additional low-paid work without really an avenue to get the education and training they need for family-sustaining careers. So we wanted to lift that up. That appears to be guidance that's maybe not coming from the federal level, but maybe the state level. We're still trying to figure that out. We're not sure the source of that change, but we wanted to layer in that update along with what you heard earlier. I want to thank my colleagues from Adult Ed and our ARC food pantry who are here. We have worked really hard to offer food benefits, some small amount of food bags to our learners. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
All right. Yeah, our next three speakers before our time certain item at 11:15, Joel Strabala, Suzanne Teeple, and Joelle Zuberi.
Good morning, Supervisors. I'm Joel Strabala. I'm a proud Republican and a resident of District 4. I'm here to talk briefly about item 10, the Pima Supervisors Climate Action Plan. It's bad policy, and it's the exact copy of Tucson's Plan 2025 and what's going up for vote in Proposition 417. Shouldn't the supervisors wait until after the November 4th City of Tucson election before taking action on this climate plan? And this climate plan, both by Pima County and the City of Tucson, are in opposition to President Trump's April 8th executive order protecting American energy policy from state overreach. So does Pima County have does not have the energy infrastructure or the power or the plans to support the county growth that is forecast for the next 10 years, nor support the energy demands of Project Blue. So I request the supervisors learn more about bad energy policy, because there's an event on Thursday on the 23rd at 6:30 p.m. at Faith Community Church about the Green New Scam and bad energy policy. I hereby request that the board not approve item 10, the Climate Change Action Plan, and also reject Project Blue, as they are both bad policy for Pima County. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Suzanne Teeple.
Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity to speak today. I'm an attorney and faculty member in the College of Medicine at the University of Arizona. I run a medical legal partnership and co-direct the University of Arizona's Refugee Health Program. I've worked with refugees in our community since 2007, and I'm deeply concerned about the impacts of H.R. 1 on our refugee families. The social determinants of health are social and economic factors that influence health outcomes. A very important one of these factors is food security, or having access to nutritious food to eat. Research estimates that 30 to 50% of health outcomes are caused by these social determinants of health. We know from research, and I know from every day working with low-income patients, that access to adequate nutrition is essential for patient well-being. There are direct ties between food insecurity, poorer diets, and increased risk of chronic illnesses like heart disease, diabetes, and hypertension. In children, the impact of food insecurity is especially severe. It increases the risk of developmental delays, impairs cognitive function, increases behavioral problems, and lowers academic achievement. We see this in clinic. We see families who don't have enough food to eat, and we see them reporting that their kids can't concentrate in school, they're not getting good grades, and they're struggling. Food insecurity and the resulting impacts on health is going to become a reality as of November. We'll see it in our clinic, we'll see it in our communities when SNAP benefits are terminated. Just last week, I met with a family from Afghanistan with several young children. The parents reported that their SNAP benefits were cut. It was a mistake that was fixed, but in the meantime, the mother was watering down formula. The doctor that saw her was very concerned. The baby wasn't gaining enough weight. The mother was desperate dad's working a full-time job, but without that SNAP benefits, they weren't able to make ends meet, and they did not have enough food. I really fear that this is going to be a common story that I'm going to be hearing, our doctors are going to be hearing in the clinic constantly. The way these cuts have happened in our state is also concerning. There's not enough information provided. People have not had adequate notice of what's coming, and they're going to be blindsided when this crisis hits in their home. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Teeple.
Joelle?
Good morning, Pima County Board of Supervisors. My name is Joelle Zuberi, and I represent the Services to Afghan Survivors Impacted by Combat program, a part of the Jewish Family and Children Services. We serve Afghans who have, our team serves Afghans who entered the U.S. under Operation Allies Refugee and Operation Allies Welcome, and those who have come since. Many of our clients are Afghans who served alongside the U.S. for international NGOs and as support staff to the United States Department of State. We are funded by the Afghan Supplemental Act by Congress as one of 24 sites across the nation addressing Afghan wellness and mental health. Currently, the majority of the 137 clients enrolled in our program are families who rely on SNAP benefits and are at risk of food insecurity due to upcoming cuts caused by the One Big Beautiful Bill. For these families, many of them who have already endured unimaginable hardships, the loss of SNAP support means facing heartbreaking choices, parents being forced to choose between paying rent or putting food on the table. Ultimately, these cuts will make it nearly impossible for Afghan refugee families in Tucson from thriving and reaching self-sufficiency in Tucson. Moreover, we are deeply concerned that as food insecurity increases across the county, critical programs such as food banks will be stretched thin as the demand across the county grows. Further, we are especially concerned that food banks providing halal food as which is a unique need for many of our clients due to religious observance, will be nearly impossible to find. We urge you to act fast and make plans to address imminent food insecurity in Pima County, because the clients we serve, in addition to the thousands of other refugees, individuals and families that now call Tucson home, deserve the utmost support and care as they rebuild their lives here. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to have one more speaker before we move to our time certain item, then we'll come back to finish up with our speakers. Our next speaker is Jeffrey Simons. Okay, not seeing Mr. Simons. Bakar Rajab.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Bakar Rajab. I am a new refugee, legal refugee in the US. I came in last December, me and my family. I moved with my dream because I thought the first time I can work directly in my field, because my background in business and finance sector and involved in the banking system. I saw that it's easy to me to make the change. I'm working here directly. But the first time I coming here, as you know, the first job in US and anywhere is not easy. I face many problems without the government support. I cannot stay maybe a month or 2 months. I got the support from the government and from Catholic Community Service for food and other support. They survived me the long time till I got the first job here in US. The first job usually in the minimum wage. I don't care. I only want to work and survive my family, and then looking for the next step. To be honest, the minimum wage is not enough to survive the family, only cover maybe only the rent and some bills. It's not enough. All of us go to the market and grocery and see how the price is firing. So the SNAP is very important to the family to support them. This is like the investment. We invest in the children to be in the future maybe something good. We hope that to make this country is great. like now. And thank you for the time. And
Thank you, sir. Okay, we are going to, sir.
Jeffrey.
Oh, okay. We'll have to come back to you after our time certain item, Mr. Simons. We have a time certain item at 11:15, and this is addendum item number 4, evolution of the Metropolitan Education Commission into the Southern Arizona Education Council. And I put this item on the addendum at the request of the head of the Metropolitan Education Commission, soon to be the Southern Arizona Education Council. He is also our Ward 5 Tucson City Council member, Mr. Perez, and would like to call him forward at this time to share with us how this item has come before us and how it will ultimately lead to similar action by his colleagues on the Tucson City Council. Council member, thank you for being with us.
This is why our chambers are a little bit smaller on the city side. I'm just kidding. Hi, friends. Thanks for having me. So as you all know, the Metro Education Commission has been on a very incredible journey over the last year and a half. But I'm also recognizing that the landscape has changed politically, financially, and the need for organized strategy around supporting the pipeline between our high schools to post-secondary is of great need. I kind of detailed this in our last report to Pima County. It was the first time that we saw a decline in FAFSA completion. The reason that had happened was that the Trump administration, upon taking the role, had retroactively declined a number of applications across the United States, which disenfranchised mixed status families. Mind you, these are students who are citizens but might have undocumented parents. And with the cuts to the Department of Ed, that left our students needing to call someone and nobody answering the phones. We saw an incredible decline in college going at the University of Arizona. Luckily, we saw numbers increase at Pima Community College. But really, you know, that just speaks to the fact that Pima is really working intentionally to make college affordable and really upping their efforts to increase access. But all that being said, our high schools are in more need than ever with this kind of support. As I've kind of detailed in the amendment to our authorizing documents, the MEC is really going to formalize its role as a means for civic empowerment amongst young people, really trying to mobilize young people to partake in local government, learn about local government, and really try to pursue lives of service, many of which we see here today, people who are really partaking in local government in a really constructive way. And so this means really kind of formalizes that, but also includes a component that would allow for participation from other municipalities. So right now we have Santa Cruz County who will be taking action alongside the city of Tucson to also incorporate into that area, and really that really lends a foot forward in expanding the scope of service without touching the financial contribution of Pima County. My understanding is that the city of Tucson made a more significant investment this year. I wonder why. And we'll see some similar investments with Santa Cruz County that I'm very excited about, in addition to other public and private interests. So, yeah. Do we have any questions?
Questions for our colleague from board members? There are no questions. I will move to approve resolution number 2025-48.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Allen. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Opposed. Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie opposed. Thank you, council member.
Thank you. And thank you for your support on the compact, by the way.
All right, thank you. Okay, we're going to go back to call to the public. And we have about 10 more speakers. And Mr. Simons came back into the room, so we'll go to Jeffrey Simons. Jeffrey will be followed by Timoteo Padilla, Kate Houghton, and Julie St. John. Mr. Simons.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to share with you today. My name is Jeffrey Simons. I'm the Executive Director of Tucson Refugee Ministry. We are a organization that our mission is to walk with refugees on the path to flourishing. And we see a problem coming up where refugees are going to be cut off from benefits. And we're talking about people who are just newly arrived within the last year to 18 months. As you've heard already this morning, November 1st is going to be this hard cut, a hard deadline. These are people who want to be self-sufficient. They're taking English classes. They come to employment workshops. They do community gardening. They do community harvesting. Lots of my colleagues in their organizations and ourselves are working to help them become self-sustainable. But they need a little bit of help. They need a little bit of assistance. And our federal government at that level seems to be acting unjustly and unmercifully without compassion. And so we are here to ask for justice and compassion. These are people who were invited into our country. They were invited here. Out of the very few, out of the millions of people who are refugees all over the world, just a few have been invited to make our country their home. And we believe that they're being cut off unfairly and unjustly. It's a problem that's coming up soon in 2026. Medical benefits are going to be cut. We know what happens when that occurs, that people start to overrun emergency rooms, and we don't want that to happen. So we're asking to act proactively and to make a difference and to join with us. I represent the faith community. We're working with churches and other faith communities to raise funds, but it's not going to be enough. On a government level, we have to act so that this problem doesn't happen. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes. Timoteo Padilla.
Hello, good morning. Hi. I'm Timoteo Padilla. Timo Padilla, people also know me as. I grew up here. I'm raising a family here. Between my wife and I, we have 5 kids that we have raised and are raising on this sacred land in this desert. It's my absolute favorite place. Our family's been out of town this summer, and I've been so proud of how Tucson and Pima County has shown up, as I've been keeping a close eye on this fight from afar. I'm so proud of our community, of us. We will keep showing up as long as we need to. That said, a land acknowledgement was shared today. I trust that Jennifer Allen and Andres Cano see this as more than just a performative gesture of a land acknowledgement and see this land as sacred, our home, something to be protected. I trust this because of their vote in opposition to close the land on the deal to Project Blue. Thank you. But for the others, what does the land acknowledgement mean when the land can be sold right from under us? To a project like this, a project that will use unprecedented amounts of water, electricity, power, and for what? For a few jobs, for our economy because of a contract. Economic decisions should not be equated with environmental decisions. They are not the same. Decisions made for the sake of protecting the land must take precedence. Nothing else ultimately matters. For those that understand this, we are the land and the land is us. The land sale is a violation of the land and us. There is nothing for whatever supposed minuscule benefit that will come from this that makes it a wise decision. It will not match impacts generations deep of the land and resources being extracted from. If we want a place to be able to continue to live in this beloved Sonoran Desert on O'odham land that many of us here were never invited to for future generations, we must stop this colonial project. And it is that, a colonial project, a project of extraction that gives power to Bill, to Amazon, an anti-union corporate parasitic monster, to give away to multinational corporations like Palantir. An AI data center like this will continue to feed a fascist surveillance state, a reality that we are now in that arose out of neoliberalism that will hurt everyone, even those that support it. For the love of the land, for the love of the people, for the love of this desert and all of us.
And Ms. Houghton is followed by Julie St. John, Anna Burke, and Barbara Iceworth. Ms. Houghton.
Thank you. I'm Kate Houghton. I'm the co-executive director of the Coalition for Sonoran Desert Protection. I'm here this morning to ask for your support for the resolution that reaffirms the county's opposition to the proposed Copper World mine project. I don't need to list all the reasons why Copper World is bad, because you continue to demonstrate that you do understand. Pima County has been actively opposed to this project for almost 20 years now, and it means so much to us to have continuity in leadership that continues to do the right thing for our community and our natural and cultural resources. I would say that you have set your own precedent for what your community is asking you to do for other types of short-sighted development, including some of the comments we've heard here today. So thank you for continuing to oppose the Copper World project, which we maintain is the wrong project in the wrong place, and for continuing to support your community's efforts against this project, including those of Save the Scenic Santa Ritas, who we heard from earlier. Finally, you have the proposed climate action plan in front of you today, which we feel a lot of good work went into. We do ask that you consider requesting that staff come back with a funding plan following today's vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Houghton. Julie St. John. Julie St. John. Okay, not seeing Julie. Anna Burke. And Anna is followed by Barbara Iceworth, Asa Ramsey, and John Doherty.
Good morning. I think it's still morning. Good morning, Chair and members of the board. My name is Anna Burke, and I am the Associate Director at Catholic Community Services of Southern Arizona. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in behalf of CCS and along with my colleagues here. Over the past 5 years, and I do want to note that Catholic Community Services was resettling refugees even before the Office of Refugee Resettlement was created. And so that was way back when. So we've always been there to walk with the people and help them become self-sufficient. Over the past 5 years, though, CC has helped resettle 637 refugees, individuals and families who have escaped war, persecution, and displacement, and who are now working to rebuild their lives in a safe place. Today, I want to raise an urgent concern, as you heard a lot today, so I'm not going to repeat too much. But among the 30, just to give you some numbers, I don't know, 354 individuals currently receiving SNAP, but they have not completed their lawful resident adjustment, so the green card. We also have a Department of Justice accredited and recognized clinic for low bono, which we have partially accredited reps that help support people at a much lower cost, because many of these people cannot afford an attorney to be able to become legal residents. We have a waiting list. It's not because people don't want to become legal residents or citizens. It's just the time ran out and this was sprung on them. We're doing the best we can. I know Lutheran's also doing their part in trying to get people with their green cards, because only people with green cards will be able to keep their benefits. They'll only keep SNAP. I also run a SNAP program in Douglas and Sierra Vista. I mean, people are hungry right now. Food is expensive, and many, many of these people are children. And so we just, want you to know that this is coming up, and we would like your support. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm Barbara Eisworth with Ishkashita Refugee Network, working with refugees for the last 23 years in Tucson. I do not have slam poetry prepared, so bear with me. I just want to bring up some issues related to this. I call it the SNAP cliff. I think we should call it the SNAP cliff because that's what it is. And could be thousands of people, not just hundreds of people. In the state of Arizona, people that have arrived in the last 5 years is around 26,000 people. And my estimate in Pima County would be something like 9 or 10,000. So the refugees have escaped war and genocide. The average refugee in a refugee camp is warehoused for 17 years. Let your minds wrap your head around that. December 27th, I think we had a family of 8 resettled by Catholic Community Services. Their rent is $2,600. They are on SNAP benefits. 4 of the 8 have jobs, but just imagine trying to make ends meet. The record for staying in a refugee camp is 28 years. The record for getting asylum, we work with people applying for asylum as well. The record is 10 years to get your asylum. Ishkashita has been working on food security for 23 years through a program of recovering food loss in people's backyards. And so we harvest thousands of pounds and we donate it to food banks and soup kitchens and shelters. And that's refugees in trees harvesting fruit from our backyards that otherwise would go to waste. Wasting fruit is wasting water for the people concerned with water. So let's make a change. Let's get people on board.
Thank you, Ms. Eisworth. Okay. Our final three speakers are Asa Ramsey, John Doherty, and Marisol Winfrey Herrera.
Well,
no, it's a different one. Different spelling.
Okay. Hi, my name is Asa Ramsey. I'm with the No Desert Data Center Coalition. I oppose Project Blue and Copper World. I first wanted to thank Supervisors Allen and Cano for meeting with our coalition already thus far. And Dr. Hines, I want to thank you for offering to meet with us. I understand that that is in the works. Supervisor Scott and Christy, we would like to meet with you as well. Please take the time to do so. We are building information. It is my understanding that and as Dr. Hines, I've heard you say, you claim that you can't get out of this contract. So what that means to me is that as a community, we need to be solving that problem. We've been hearing the problems with the project. And so now it's a problem with this contract. It's a problem with seeing what we can do now with this barrier. And we want to work with you on that. We know that there is legal counsel available for that. We have some in our coalition. We have some people looking at this contract saying there are ways out of this. We have also requested all of the public records going back to before the public knew about this related to this contract. And we are finding corruption. We are finding lack of integrity at the leadership level. And we want to, it is going to be a legal fight at this point. We understand that. We're going to be moving. There's no way this isn't going to be a legal battle. So move into that with us. We are willing to fight that, and we want to fight that. There are people all over this country who are fighting this battle too. We can work with them. And in fact, those people have been inspired by Tucson because we won. We are one of the only places fighting this data center where we had a win. And we have been invited to be in coalition with people all over the country because of that. And so when we go and we say we won, what actually happened is we did. We heard what Beal said would mean that this wouldn't happen, and we met that condition. And then they said, no, we're coming back. Right? And so we need to say, no, you're not. We won, and we're going to keep winning, and we're going to do whatever it takes to keep winning.
Thank you, Ace. John.
It's ridiculous that me and my generation of veterans has to fight for this country and come back and see it sold out to corporate interests. I cannot express my level of disgust and revulsion that we even have to be here to talk about this garbage. Two of you on this board have upheld your end of the bargain for the people, and you know who you are. But to you other three, maybe it's time to look at the Constitution again. Because I swore an oath to it, and I upheld every single last bit of that oath. So my point here is, we can do a lot better, can't we, in this country? Because I did the best I could, and I lost friends who did the best they could. And the fact that we even have to do something like this is absolutely ridiculous and feels like a Seinfeld episode. Do the right thing. The people are watching, and it's not just me, it's everybody else in this room that absolutely refuses to sell out their values.
Thank you, Mr. Doherty. Our final speaker is Marisol Winfrey Herrera.
Good morning or afternoon. I don't know what time it is, but thank you all for your ears and for listening to everybody here who came with so much spirit, so much energy in protection of what we hold dear and what holds us, what sustains us. And I just want to invite each of you on the board and honestly everybody here to pause and like reflect on the spirit that's been here today, how it has felt to be here. And I'm also curious what you imagine of decades from now, the people who are going to be sitting in those seats, hearing people come here and ask about, how come I don't have enough water for my family? Like, how come we have all these health issues? How come it keeps getting hotter and hotter? And what are you doing about it? And they're going to point back in time. They're going to say, these guys, they didn't listen. We're doing the best with what we have now. So do the best with what you have now. There's so much information in front of you. There's so much love in the community who's here. We're not just doing this for the people in this room. We're doing this for the land, for the water, for our children, for the people we can't even imagine who will come to exist and live in this place, for all the animals that live here, for the, what was it called? The soil crust that we saw when we visited the land. Have y'all been to the land where Project Blue is supposed to be built? Have you touched the soil there? So it's weird in a building like this to talk about prayer and spirit, but yeah, we pray for you guys. We want you to have a change. And we won't shame you. If you change your mind, we will celebrate you. We will not shame you. We will love you all the more for changing your mind. There's expertise that says there's no reason this has to happen. So use the chair that's under you and say, oh yeah, I can make it stop. So please do. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, there being no further public speakers, I'm going to close call to the public, ask my colleagues if they'd like to request that an item be put on a future agenda, if they'd like to request additional information from staff, or if they'd like to respond to anything that was said. Supervisor Cano.
Thank you, Chair Scott. In response to comments and concerns shared during call to the audience, I want to be very clear with my colleagues and with the county administrator that the questions raised about Project Blue are serious and deserve answers. I want to thank all of you for being here and for taking time out of your busy schedules to be a part of your representative government. Since April 15th, I've asked the CEO of Tucson Electric Power to meet with me, and I've done that twice. Those requests have gone unanswered. I've been told that Project Blue would consume more energy at full capacity than all Pima County households combined. Imagine that, one project drawing more power than every home in our county. On the same day that this board voted on Project Blue, TEP proposed a 14% hike for working families. And after the city of Tucson rejected annexation, TEP turned to state regulators to move the project forward. Given that the county is now negotiating aspects of this project, the public deserves to hear directly from Tucson Electric Power, not just the representatives or filings. So today, I'm asking that the county administrator reach out on behalf of this board to invite the CEO and her team to a future meeting to discuss Project Blue and these proposed rate increases and the next steps of Project Blue. This is about transparency, collaboration, and protecting the public's interest, values we all share. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Anything from any of my other colleagues? Supervisor Allen?
I so appreciate everybody who took time off of work, time away from families, to be here today. I appreciate the organizing and the growth and the persistence, right, in the movement that you are building here, and then also connecting to across the country. That is power, right? And you're building power, and you are building influence. And I know from having sat where you sat for decades that that is the sort of influence that you've got to build to be able to push decision makers to do the right thing. And I appreciate and see that hard work, and thank you for doing it. I also want to share, and I appreciate you coming because it also was calling on, made me question, am I doing everything that I can do? And my answer was no. I think there is more that I can do as a Board of Supervisor to continue to push that Project Blue does not happen in our community. I call on my colleagues to please listen to our community. We can change our minds. This is not who we are. And in fact, you know, as we started the meeting today, I got a notification right from a New York Times article. I normally try to ignore them. This one in particular caught my eye because it's so awfully relevant. And it was about, the title is Amazon Plans to Replace More Than 500,000 Jobs with Robots. Internal documents show that the company the company that changed how people shop has a far-reaching plan to automate 75% of its operations. So it just begs, again, it's just so many, like, what are our values? And what are we opening the door for and giving a green light for in our community? So thank you for holding us accountable. Thank you for pushing me to be the, the person who referenced the chair. It is an honor and a privilege to have this chair. And so thank you for pushing me to continually acknowledge what that honor and privilege is and to try to step forward and do everything that we can. The other thing I just have to note on, and I don't know if I can sort of articulate this, but there's like the things that y'all brought to the table today between the cliff, the food cliff that refugee families are facing, and mind you, all of the projections and the realities of climate refugees, right? And that's the situation in our community is a situation that is global, and people are being forcefully relocated because of climate change and other conditions around the world, and they come here. They come here for some safety, and they come here for some peace. So the fact that we are considering a climate plan today feels incredibly noteworthy. The fact that we are considering a resolution as well around Hud Bay, which would consume more water than Project Blue, right? It is, again, I just take it back to how appreciative I am that you are paying attention to the decisions and the discussions that we have here and holding us accountable. Because these things are linked and they matter. They matter in people's everyday lives. So thank you for bringing that to us.
Any other comments from colleagues regarding call to the public? All right, we have a time certain item at 12, but I'm going to take up two different items prior to then, because I know they're of interest to many members in the audience. The first one, pardon me, sir, you're out of order. Pardon me, sir. Well, okay.
It is time,
sir.
I'm
going to ask the Sergeant at Arms to remove this person from the meeting.
I have made my call to the audience. Thank you.
Follow us.
Let's take up addendum item number 5, because I know there are members of the audience who spoke to it and are here to see the board's action. Then we're going to take up item number 32, which is a public hearing, and we have people here with regard to that hearing. Item number 5 was put on the addendum by Supervisor Cano. Supervisor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I introduced resolution number 2025-49 to reaffirm Pima County's longstanding opposition to the proposed Copper World project in the Santa Rita Mountains. The county has taken this position before in 2007, 2019, and 2022, recognizing the project's serious threats to our water, our air, and our communities. As one of the newest members of this board, I wanted to ensure that our opposition remains clear, especially with the recent development of proposed state trust land that would enable the expansion of mine tailings near homes and Copper Ridge Elementary School. This project would dig multiple open pit mines into the Santa Ritas, pump thousands of acre-feet of groundwater from the Santa Cruz River Basin, release harmful dust and emissions, and cause lasting damage to the Cienega Creek and the Mavine Marie Behan Conservation Land System. And let's be honest about who stands to gain. The Copper World project isn't a homegrown Arizona effort. It's operated by a Canadian company and now financed in part by Mitsubishi, a foreign corporation. So when the company says this is about securing American copper for American supply chains, we have to ask, whose supply chain? Because it looks like the environmental costs will stay right here in Pima County while the profits and the materials go abroad. This resolution reaffirms Pima County's commitment to protect our public health, our water resources, and wildlife habitats, and directs county staff to continue advocating at the state and the federal levels against the project and the land sale. Our message is simple. Southern Arizona's future depends on protecting what makes this region livable, our water, our clean air, and our desert lands. Pima County will always stand with our communities, not with extractive industries that see this region as a resource to be mined. And so with that, I move to approve resolution number 202549.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Hines. Other comments from board members? Supervisor Hines and then Supervisor Christie.
Thank you. I would echo the statements from my colleague in District 5, and I would also request our county administrator to continue advocating with specifically the land department with regard to the recent, I think, 160 acre sale that's being proposed, or lease, either way, whatever, to HUD Bay for tailings, right? Is that what it, anyhow, that's not a great use of that land, and I would hope that the governor and the director of our state land department would agree with that. And so make sure that our opposition is very clear to them. And also, if unfortunately that does go through, that substantially increases the footprint of the mine, which I believe invalidates the previously granted permits, especially the air quality permit that was already given by the state. So I think that frankly, if it does go through, that causes several additional problems that we should be talking to ADEQ about at the state level. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Christie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm in my third term, the first year of my third term, 9 years on this board, and I think it's been very clear and evident of my support of this mining project and its various iterations. One thing that I find interesting is it's brought up continually that this is an out-of-state or out-of-country corporation that is doing this. Would the opponents of this mine feel any more pro-mine if the company was from Arizona or Tucson? I don't think that has any bearing on where the headquarters of this company is as well. Secondly, since, as it was pointed out earlier by a speaker, I believe, 2007 or whatever the actual year was, that this board has continually had resolutions against the mine and against mining in the Santa Ritas. It just goes to show that, first of all, this board has no authority, no jurisdiction, no control over the condition of the mine, of its opening, of its closing, of its continuing, or of its being shut down. That purview is by 23 or 24 federal agencies, all open and operating during the Biden administration, and they have received nothing but the green light to continue. Now, there are entities that might want to try and throw a little sand into the works by putting some kind of legal lawsuit in effect, yeah, that kind of slows things down for a little bit. But the truth of the matter is the mine is going to open. It will open. It can't be stopped. And we can have these flare-ups of some sort of discussion, for instance, like the report from a quote-unquote expert from the University of Arizona that was thoroughly debunked and showed nothing but rampant mischaracterizations, if not out-and-out lies, of which we've heard numerous speakers talk about the devastations of the mine. Those can easily be addressed and debated publicly and have been. I know that the administration of Hudbay is more than willing to discuss and engage with anyone who is against the mine, but yet that mischaracterization, if not out and out fabrication and lies, goes on and on and on. Mining is in the fabric of this community. It is in the fabric of this state. It has a long and rich history. And if there is nothing more meaningful than to have a mine in the backyard when we have so many related industries right here in Pima County to assist mines. So we can have all these virtue signalings of resolutions against the mine. They don't mean anything. They're not going to have anything to sink its teeth in, and the mine will continue. And with that, Mr. Chair, I call the question.
Supervisor Christie has called the question. All those in favor of the resolution indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Opposed.
Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie opposed. All right, let's go now to agenda item number 32. This is, if I can get to the right spot, this is a hearing.
Mr. Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I didn't get a chance with the call to the question to add a little bit.
Well,
Is it now too late?
Well, yeah, in terms of parliamentary procedure, when somebody calls the question, that's when we move to a vote.
All right. Next time I will try to squash it. Thank you.
All right. Let's go to item number 32. This is a hearing dealing with solicitation number IFB-25000-15692 Esperero Wash at Sunrise Drive Culvert Replacement, appeal of procurement director's decision.
Good morning.
Let me turn it to Administrator Lesher, see if she has any introductory comments.
Thank you, Chair Scott. Simply, excuse me, our procurement director is here today and happy to provide any additional introductory comments or respond to questions.
Okay, let's hear some introductory comments from the Director of Procurement, and then we'll hear from the folks who have filed the appeal.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Just for some background, this particular project was originally bid in May of 2025 through our job order contracting process. All of the bids received exceeded that limit that we can award a contract. That necessitated in a rebid. In the rebid process, internal staff, we met, procurement and the impacted departments, met to come up with a strategy that we could utilize that would allow the project to be completed before next year's monsoon season. So in the consideration of the various strategies, we went through all of the procurement processes that were afforded to us, and we selected a limited competition procurement strategy. That strategy is approved by both the state of Arizona and Pima County's procurement process. It's called a limited competition. It's limited because we will select a pre-qualified list of contractors that have demonstrated the planning, the scheduling necessary to complete the project in its condensed time frame for this two-lane road. Closure of the road is not practical and feasible. So we will close one lane for 6 months and accelerate the project schedule. What we wanted to ensure was that we selected a process that allowed us to select pre-qualified vendors that had demonstrated the ability to do this. We often rely on bonding, but if a road closure is delayed while we resolve the bonding issues, that was not in the best interest of Pima County. We obtained the appropriate approvals, the solicitation was issued. We did receive the protests on 8/15, we received the protest on 9/24. The protest was based upon Pima County not having the authority to use that particular procurement method. As I've already cited, both the state of Arizona revised statute and also the Pima County procurement code grants the procurement director to select that procurement method. Thus, the protest was denied. I just want to state for the record, in conversating with the appellant, this is not the first time Pima County has used this procurement method. Over the past 6 years, the board has awarded 5 of these non-limited competition procurements. So it wasn't the first time, nor was there any other requirement except for being in a qualified list. So it's not the first time. It's previously has been awarded by Pima County.
Thank you, Director Collins. Any questions for the director before we call up the folks who have appealed the protest? I'm sorry, who've appealed his decision. All right. Let's hear from staff from Falcone Brothers and Associates Incorporated. Who wishes to speak on your behalf? Okay.
All right.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for being here as long as you were.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, no problem.
Listening.
Falcone Brothers and Associates, Inc. believes that this project for a Spetter Wash culvert replacement should have been an open bid because it does not qualify as an emergency. If there were stamped plans and for planning, if this were an emergency work, it would have been done right away, as they had problems back in August of 2022. And a design build should have been done in order for this work to be done. FBI would also like to request a written statement of justification as to why the normal procedure procurement methods were not followed, which should be included in the official procurement file under Pima County Procurement Code Section 11.12.060. Sparrow Wash had issues back in 2022 during the monsoon season, and at this time, Pima County Procurement had an emergency crew come in and to clean up and open the road 2 weeks earlier than expected, as stated in the Arizona Daily Star on 8/25/22. They also stated that the permanent repairs were to be done after monsoon season had come to an end. FBI feels like they are being discriminated against in the letter dated 10/15/25 regarding additional information, stating that conducting an open solicitation process, a low bidder may not possess the expertise required to meet the complexity of this project. FBI has completed a project of the same scope for Pima County at the intersection of Continental Road and Abrego Drive, as well as a major part of the loop, one of the largest pedestrian bridges in southern Arizona, over Camino de la Tierra Road, which Pima County has also received an award for this project. Some questions or statements that we also have just to end it, where in the solicitation does it state that this is a limited competition procurement method? Also, who are the other 5 companies that received an invitation for this project? And this method, as well as similar procurement methods, that are not open bid projects are usually more costly to the taxpayers. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for the applicants from board members? Had a question for staff, and I'm actually going to direct this to either Ms. Lesher or Mr. DeBonis. This project is in my district. My understanding is that came about as the result of a grant that we were awarded from the federal government, and that the grant was applied for by both the Transportation Department and the Regional Flood Control District. Is that accurate?
Chair Scott, correct. Grant funds were obtained to assist with the upgrade of the culvert.
And then thank you, Mr. DeBonis. And then with regard to what Mr. Collins said with regard to getting the project up and running before monsoon season, is there anything related to the grant requirements that caused us to make the decision that we did with regard to procurement?
Chair Scott, if there were, they were only secondary to the other factors that Director Collins mentioned. So the traffic control component and the criticality of maintaining the flow of traffic while the project was ongoing, and the time constraint to ensure that the culvert replacement was completed ahead of the next upcoming monsoon season.
Okay. And then there was a question that was posed by the applicant. It's actually their first question. Where in the solicitation does it state that this is a limited competition procurement method? My understanding is, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that wasn't stated in the solicitation, but it was a decision made after bids were received, consistent with both local and state law. Please.
Please allow me to clarify. The initial bid was under the job order contracting process. There was a separate solicitation to which we received the protest. So there's two different bids. The protest is on the second limited competition bid, yes.
And just for the board, Mr. Collins, what's the distinction between the two types of bids?
Great question. So the job order contracting process, the board will award a pool of contractors that will do spot projects up to a certain dollar amount. So those contractors will receive a delivery order and they can complete a small dollar amount project. For projects above that threshold, within the pool itself, they will compete for an opportunity to complete their project. That threshold is $3 million. So when we sent this project out originally, all the bids came in over $3 million. Thus, we could not award it under that particular process. With the limited competition within that group that is pre-qualified, they have a chance to bid on it within that group, and the lowest responsible bidder will win. As you can see on the addendum, the company that we're recommending did come in lower than our cost estimate. So our position is that we will recommend that the board deny the appeal and on the addendum award the contract. It did come in lower. So the statement that these type of solicitations normally are higher, the fact that we received a bid that was lower disputes that thought.
Anything further from either Mr. Collins or Mr. DeBonis? And anything further from Mr. Falcone or anybody else with your group?
Yeah. Tell me what you want.
Can I speak?
You may, sir. Yes, please state your name.
My name is Gaetano Falcone. I'm the president of Falcone Brothers and Associates. We have been an approved contract through the state and did many projects for the county. This bid, we always do the same thing every week. This bid does not follow under the statutes that he mentioned. Because if you, obviously the county does not give licenses to anybody, the state does. Correct? I mean, am I correct? The Arizona, state of Arizona issues licenses. And each license can do whatever work is so we've been qualified to do these types of work since 1995. And we successfully completed many of this project, even for the county. For them to invite 15 other contractors and leaving us out, we feel we've been discriminated against.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Anything else?
No, and like I said, also, we asked them prior to the bid, hey, why is this? Because we've seen the solicitation and it doesn't apply to this. And they just discarded us like we don't even count.
Thank you, Mr. Falcone. Just one quick question for Mr. Collins. You heard the appellant say that he doesn't feel that the statutes apply in this instance. You cited that they did. Did we? I'm assuming that before we made that decision that we also consulted with the county attorney to make sure that we were making the appropriate statutory interpretations.
In the protest process, we did discuss it with the county attorney, and he affirmed that the decision that we made based upon the statute was correct. I think what is typically misunderstood regarding the emergency procurement statute, it goes beyond health, welfare, and safety. It also cites that if there's a situation where it's public exigency or project in the best interest of the county, then we can use this method. Getting the project complete to mitigate the traffic concerns prior to the monsoon, our interpretation is that's in the best interest of the county. It's not public safety, it's not welfare, it's the best interest of the county.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Collins. Board members, I'm going to move that we uphold the decision of the procurement director and deny the appeal. Moved and seconded by Supervisor Hines. Any discussion on the motion? Supervisor Cano.
Thank you, Chair Scott. Director Collins, I would like for you to consult with my office whenever an appeal is coming our way, and ideally, I would like to be present. If that can't happen, I'm going to delegate that responsibility to our chief of staff. I think I've got to understand your language a bit more, and I want to make sure that I am understanding when small business owners come up here, what our role is as a county. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Supervisor. And Supervisor Hines, I need to amend my motion to also close the public hearing, which I always forget to do. Thank you. All right, all those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item passes 4-0 because Supervisor Allen had to leave the dais. Gentlemen, thank you again for your patience. I'm sorry that the outcome was obviously not what you were looking for. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. We have an executive session item that was scheduled for noon. It is now 12:09 p.m. I'd like to move. Wait, you know what? Before we do, with the permission of my colleagues, just to take care of the addendum before we come back out from executive session, I'd like to move approval of addendum items 7, 8, 9, and 10.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Hines. Any discussion on those 4 items? And Supervisor Allen, it's the last 4 items on the addendum.
Mr. Chair,
Supervisor Christie.
I would like to have, I'm going to vote no on number 10.
Okay, I'd like to amend my motion to approve items 7, 8, and 9. Isn't that okay with you, Supervisor Hines? All right. All those in favor of approving items 7, 8, and 9 indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Those 3 items pass unanimously. I will now move to approve item number 10.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Cano. Discussion?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
Could someone from the administration or staff explain the timeline on this particular item?
Thank you, Supervisor. Administrator Lesher.
Thank you very much. I'm going to ask Deputy County Administrator Holmes to address the timeline on this, sir.
Sure, Supervisor. Yes, Chair Scott, Supervisor Christie. So this amendment extends the grant from August 31st to September 30th of this year.
30 days.
Yes, that's correct. Yes, sir. I don't know if that you need further. It's a 1-month increase of the award. This was due to some changes in the actually unduplicated number of clients, which increases the award amount by about $40,000, thus extending it for 1 month.
And is this grant under review by the current administration?
Chair Scott, Supervisor Christie, these are one of many health grants that were under review and then later paused and then resubmitted for us. So this is the last of that funding source through September of 25.
And very quickly, Mr. Chair, going back to the timeline, the extension of 1 month was due to what?
There was some changes in unduplicated services of clients, which gave us an additional $40,000. So it amended the contract amount as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Any other discussion on addendum item number 10? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Opposed.
Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie opposed. Before we talk about going into executive session, I had a request from staff that we consider items 18 and 19 on the agenda because we have Ms. Simon, the director of our Office of Digital Inclusion, here with us. I would move approval of those 2 items.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Cano. Any discussion or questions for staff from board members?
Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Christie.
Again, I'd like to know if this project funding is being reviewed by the current administration. And, you know, it just seems so odd, so much money for something that's actually an obsolete item, broadband, that's going to loop around the city of Tucson. We can't fix and maintain the roads, and now we're going to build and maintain basically an obsolete broadband loop. Wouldn't it be cheaper to give everybody like Starlink? I mean, if you take the money and give it to individuals for Starlink, it just doesn't seem to me to be a very expeditious way of spending our money.
Administrator Lesher, sorry.
Chair Scott, I'm searching for the question. I believe it was whether or not these grants are in jeopardy or are currently being questioned, and no, they are not. We know, no, not at this time. Thank you.
And just wanted to also point out for my colleagues that the contributions from other jurisdictions can be either monetary or in-kind contributions, which is why that you see that we're taking in some revenue from the town of Oro Valley, whereas the town of Sarita, there is no cost to either us or them because they're providing in-kind services. So is Oro Valley, but they're also providing revenue. Supervisor Cano, and then Supervisor Allen.
Thank you, Chair Scott. I just want to thank Director Simon and our administration for bringing these 2 items to our consideration. The fact that these are intergovernmental agreements going into the year 2050 indicate that this is a serious capital improvement to our region. I don't believe that Elon Musk's satellites will be able to keep our community connected the way that fiber optic network is going to be necessary. You got to plug into things to be able to have electricity and data and internet connectivity. So I want to just thank you for your incredible work. The fact that this is a regional priority and that two jurisdictions are looking to hold hands with Pima County is noble work. It's critical, and this is how we continue to keep Pima County residents connected. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Allen.
And similarly, wanted to sing your praises. And for these two items, I'm happy to see the expansions to Sahuarita and ensuring then that folks in Amado down to Aravaca and down folks that live along the southern border have access. This is also important because this helps fulfill a key component of the Prosperity Initiative, right? That ensuring that all Pima County residents have access, equipment, and skills for digital inclusion and to expand opportunities for economic growth for rural communities. So thank you, Director Simon, and your team for this, as well as I also wanted to shout out a recent partnership with the Tucson Indian Center for the Learn to Earn workshops that helped TIC participants gain digital skills and new laptops to ensure that indeed no residents are left offline. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Any other comments or questions from board members? All those in favor of items 18 and 19 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
Items pass 4-1 with Supervisor Christie opposed. All right. At this point, I'd like to move that the board go into executive session to consider addendum item number 3.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Allen. Discussion. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Passes 5-0, and we are in executive session. Thank you all for your patience. Hope you had time to get something to eat for lunch while you were waiting for us. Let's go to addendum item number 3, and I'd like to move that we proceed as discussed in executive session.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Allen. Discussion. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item passes 5-0. And that takes care of the addendum. Let's go back to the regular agenda. I think, I'm never sure if I do this exactly right. You'll let me know. But I think I have some items on the regular agenda that we might be able to dispense with pretty quickly before we go back to some of the other items. Would like to move, it's okay with the board, to approve items 11, 15, 16, 17, 18. Oh, I'm sorry, we already did 18 and 19. So let's start with 11, 15, 16, and 17.
So moved.
Okay, thank you. Or will you second it?
I didn't hear the motion. I'm sorry. So I would motion or second.
Thank you, Supervisor. All right, so discussion on any of those items, 11, 15, 16, and 17.
11, 15.
Yep, 16 and 17. Supervisor Allen.
So on item 15, I did just want to note, so this is a contract now with the International Snow and Desert Alliance, a nonprofit organization based in Ajo, which is an unincorporated community, but we tend to say that if Ajo had a government, the sort of ISDA would be the governmental entity and their executive director would be the mayor. ISDA has been operating in Ajo for more than 30 years and provides supportive services and helps residents access resources through state and federal programs, very similar to CWD's one-stop locations here in the Tucson metro area. But in Ajo, they are the only game in town. So for years, Pima County has supported ISDA's mission through a series of grants. So this contract then consolidates the funding that ISDA was getting through all of the separate grant processes. So this means that they can have more time doing the work, less time writing grants, writing reports. And that means better outcomes for all the people who participate in their programs. So I am so glad that this is included in the budget to support one of our most critical partners in Western Pima County, and recognizes the really unique role that they play in the region. So much thanks to CWD for developing this contract, and thanks to ISDA for all the great work that they do in the Ajo community.
Thank you, Supervisor. I know you and your team have been working on that for a while, probably since you took office. All right. Any other discussion on those 4 items? All in favor of items 11, 15, 16, and 17 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Those 4 items are approved unanimously. Let's look now at all of the items on page 5 of the agenda. That would be items 20 through 25. I would move approval of those 6 items. Moved and seconded by Supervisor Hines. Discussion on any of those 6 items. Supervisor Christie.
Thank you. On item 20, this is the Sheriff's Department. He's amending an increase the annual award by $2.2 million, which is really more than doubling what he's had. He attributes this increase not only to by doubling it, but the renovations to the kitchen, 6% food increase, higher inmate population. I'm just kind of incredulous that, first of all, that the renovations weren't forecast in his budget. He knew he was going to be doing some renovations, and that could have been easily put into the budget. A 6% food increase, is that going to double the budget? Higher inmate population, I don't believe that's going to double the budget. And the memo from the county administrator says that the sheriff is preliminarily making his budget amounts. That doesn't seem to connect when he's increasing it by $2.2 million for those items. Is there some kind of an explanation as to why all of a sudden it's not in his original budget, but now it's being added to his budget with items that he probably should have been aware of when he made the original budget request?
Administrator Lusher.
Thank you. Excuse me, Chair Scott and Supervisor Christie. What we're indicating is that at the current budget, while he's appearing to make it, we believe that there are increased costs for the food service. I think when you're looking at the cost the increase related to the jail renovation, it's not to the actual renovation of the jail. It has to deal with the kitchen, it has to do with how he had to manage the food service, transportation of the food and things like that while he was going through the jail renovation, which I think if you'd asked him, he believes took much longer than it should have. So what we're looking at is the combination of an increase in the cost of the food, some potential increase in the number of individuals in the jail, and the cost of transportation that has caused him to ask for this increase in the dollars for the food contract.
More than a double.
Yes, sir.
Double increase. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Supervisor Hines, and then Supervisor Allen, then Supervisor Connor.
Oh, wow. It's a whole, okay, it's everyone. So, yeah, thank you for that, Chair Scott. I do note that our jail census is creeping up. Back in COVID, it was as low as just shy of 1,300. I understand those were very artificial and different circumstances, but now we're at 1,800 per day instead of the 1,650 that sort of had been anticipated in the planning for the original budget numbers. And I think it's cheaper to provide food for the jail if there are fewer mouths in it to feed. So I think we should just all be thinking about how can we continue that discussion where we get the county attorney and adult probation and the courts on board truly with not keeping people in that involuntary residence unless it is absolutely necessary, because several hundred of these people should not probably be there, because these are not largely violent criminals. They are, and in fact, most aren't even adjudicated as having committed any crimes at all, because they're before they go through the trial. So they're actually innocent until proven guilty, right? So we can slap anklets on these folks with little trackers and make it cheaper and still very safe for the community, especially for the folks that are not they're charged with any kind of violent crime. So I think we need to really reinvigorate that discussion, because the jail population should be lower than what it is in what we're seeing here.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Allen.
I agree with Supervisor Hines' comments, and I just wanted to add that we also had some questions about the items. We reached out to the sheriff and asked, because it should seem on the surface that costs should go down as we shift from relying on prepared food to having the kitchen back online, and that should be a cheaper option. And so we wanted to understand those dollars, those numbers, and how it's going to add out. But I just wanted to acknowledge the Sheriff's Department responded very quickly, and their staff gave us some information. We're still waiting on the financial information, but they did give us some time, some information explaining that jail food costs, the extent that they increased. He also shared details about the kitchen renovations, which cost more than $3.8 million, of which 73% came out of the special revenue funds. And then we had also asked too if this means, because I think when we took a tour of the jail, there was just a whole lot of styrofoam packaging, and if that was going to be the shift. But indeed, this will put an end to all the styrofoam served meals, plastic utensils, etc. But do await some additional financial information. Thank
Supervisor. Supervisor Kano, and then Supervisor Christie.
Thank you, Chair Scott. I don't want to be dilatory, so I'm going to echo the comments of my colleagues from District 2 and District 3. I recently did speak with the sheriff, and I look forward to a ride-along in District 5 in the San Javier District. But I also need to say from this dais and use this moment and this contract as an opportunity to say that I think this board needs more data about our inmate population. And, in juvenile court, there is a condensed daily detention summary that I think we should have access to as the folks who are approving these line-by-line expenditures. And I want to work with the Sheriff's Department to ensure that they have the resources that they need. And in that same spirit, we also need that same data our way as well. So I'm making that request right now. And I sympathize with the folks in the kitchen at our jails right now. We have an obligation as a county to provide for our inmates and ensure that they are fed. This is an industry-wide standard right now where inflation under this administration at the federal level is out of control. It was criticized last year as one party's problem, and it continues to see the trickle-down effect making its way into a shamrock contract. Looking forward to continuing to work with the sheriff in a collaborative way on many issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Christie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I agree with Supervisor Hines' comment about reinvigorating the discussion about who should be incarcerated or not. I hear very often from my colleagues, particularly Supervisor Hines, about some of these people shouldn't be in jail. There are those that should not be in jail. There are those that need to be there on the less term. When we say those sweeping generalizations, I'd like specifics to see exactly who he's referring to when he states that some of these individuals should not be there. Who are these individuals and why are they there in the first place, and why should they not be there? So if we could deal with specifics, if we go back to that discussion about who should be incarcerated or not, we need to find out why they're there, how they got there, and why they should not be there. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Christie. And just to follow up on both your comments and those from Supervisor Hines, I'd remind my colleagues who were present when we were talking about initial appearances and the IGA dealing with initial appearances, that this question has been asked many times. Who's in the jail because they are a flight risk or a risk to public safety, and who's in the jail because they simply cannot make bail? And I've never gotten a definitive answer to that question. What I've heard is, well, there's a lot of ways of answering that. There's a lot of definitions for flight risk or risk to public safety. And the data that answers that question can come from a combination, I think, of both the courts and the sheriff. We didn't get an answer to those questions when we were talking about the IGA dealing with initial appearances. We've yet to get it. And I've said to the administrator that if and when we take up the issue of renovations to the existing jail or a new jail again, those questions need to be answered. Or there's no way that this board can have a fulsome conversation on that topic. All right, so all those in favor of items 20 through 25 indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Those items pass unanimously. There's 5 items on page 6, right before the liquor license hearing. I would move items 26 through 30.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Allen. Discussion.
Mr. Chair, could we take 26 and 27 on votes individually?
Certainly, Supervisor. I'd like to change my motion then, Supervisor Allen, to approve items 28 through 30.
Second.
All right, discussion on those items. All those in favor of 28 through 30 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Those 3 items are approved unanimously. Now I will move items 26 and 27.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Opposed?
Okay, items 26 and 27 are approved with Supervisor Christie opposed to both. Let's go to item number 31, which is liquor license for a location on Estrella Avenue in Ajo. If there is nobody here to speak to this item, I'll move to close the public hearing and recommend approval of the license.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Allen. Any discussion? All those in favor indicate, oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. please.
I just have to say, so Sonoran Sweet and Savory is a brand new business in Ajo. It's been open just for a couple of months, and they have been amazing at
Nice.
showing up at community events and making themselves available and part of community functions and needs. So yeah, very excited that they are expanding the business and hope they can get their liquor license.
Thank you, Supervisor. All those in favor of closing the public hearing and recommending approval of the license indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item passes 5-0. Let's go back to item number 9. Oh, I'm sorry, number 8. That you would have caught me. You just did catch me. Item number 8, approval of the consent calendar. I will move the approval of the consent calendar as submitted.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Kano. Discussion. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Consent calendar is approved. Let's go to item number 9, Board of Supervisors representative updates on boards, committees, commissions, and any other municipalities. Before I call on my colleagues, I want to draw your attention to the item that, the materials that are attached to that item. We discussed at the last Board of Supervisors meeting the possibility of having a joint meeting with the Tucson City Council. And I'm pleased that the county administrator and her team are following up with city staff about moving forward with that. But I mentioned that having a joint meeting had been a topic of discussion, not just between myself and Mayor Romero in our monthly meetings, but Chair Grijalva and Mayor Romero had discussed that at one point. So I thought it would be appropriate to share with all of you the agendas for the mayor and chair meetings that have happened this year. We did not meet in January because we determined board leadership after a time that worked to have a January meeting with the mayor. So our first meeting was in February. And then the city essentially shuts down in July, so we didn't meet during July. But every agenda for every month since February is attached to that item. I wanted to share it with all of you. Certainly, it's open to review by the public and the media. And after you have the chance to review those agendas, if any of you have any questions for me, certainly during discussion of this item or any at any other time, just let me know. But I wanted to make sure to share those with you. And then appreciate you approving the resolution today to move forward with the transition of the Metropolitan Education Commission, which has been in existence since 1990 as a joint city-county commission. And now will be expanded to include participation with our colleagues in Santa Cruz County. And you heard Councilmember Perez talk about that a bit. There will be subsequent measures put forth in front of Mayor and Council and also the Santa Cruz County Board of Supervisors. That is all I have from my end, but wanted to call on any of you if you had anything to report under this item. Supervisor Kano.
Thank you, Chair Scott. As the board's liaison to Visit Tucson, I want to congratulate our partners across the patio for launching a bold new brand last week, one that truly captures Tucson's spirit, creativity, and heart. Realizing that this was a big undertaking, what I've come to the conclusion is that this rebrand isn't just about a new logo. It's about telling our shared story of culture, connection, and possibility. was really excited to also participate in welcoming Savannah Guthrie back home to Tucson last week. As a part of this, there will be a lot of earned media coming up in the next few weeks as we try to figure out how to put Tucson on the map as a destination of an exciting place to be. And of course, congratulate Felipe and all of the team and a packed room. I know Chair Scott, you were there as well. It's an exciting new chapter for Visit Tucson, and really grateful that, at least on our side, we've got our county administrator and Director Frisch, and of course, all of my board colleagues paying attention to how we can be a partner in those efforts. So that's my update with Visit Tucson.
Thank you, Supervisor Cano. Anybody else? Supervisor Allen.
Sure. So I am the board's liaison on the Board of Health and the Arizona Sonora Border Counties, or the Arizona Border Counties Coalition, which did not meet but is meeting coming up. So the next meeting, I'll share an update on that group. For Board of Health, we discussed the health department's plan to be part of the new due diligence process for economic development projects. PCHD is, the county health department is developing a general framework and using that framework as a pilot with the data center project to determine if this works, if the framework will work. We received some updates on the cooling centers employed throughout the heat season. We had more deaths related to heat than in the previous year, though our cooling centers also had more visits this season than last year, totaling over 35,000 people who used our cooling centers. The RFPs are out, I believe they're open still, for the opioid settlement funds. So we're looking forward through also, another piece of monitoring what comes in and following ROSAC, the committee that is looking at those proposals. And also we discussed the standing order for vaccines in the county and then also at the state level. Very thankful for the leadership of the county health department in ensuring access to vaccines here in our community. I think that is it for the Board of Health. I would say that I am interested in hearing about the chamber and kind of what's happening on that board, given, because I think we got the report this quarter that showed, again, no jobs. I think it's the second report in a row of zero direct or indirect jobs. And then, we supported the resolution today and enjoyed a lot of community support as well around our opposition to HUD Bay and the mine and the impact on our water and our community, and knowing that the chamber has that as mining as a priority. It is a priorities that I'm concerned about being in conflict, as I've said before, with our values. So when you
Supervisor, thank
meet
you.
Frequently or not, or
No, thank you, Supervisor. There's not been a meeting of the Chamber Board of Directors since our last meeting that I can report on, but specific to the report that you were just asking about, as Ms. Lesher and Mr. DeBonis know, I sent them some emails at a way too early hour this morning, although Carmine had probably been up for an hour, and with some questions that I had about that report, specifically some of the tables that are in there where it says each table starts with the heading Strategic Alignment with Pima County. And then it makes reference to sections of the Economic Development Strategic Plan and also the contract. So I asked for the board to get some additional information on not only the data in those tables, but also how the data in those tables inform the dialogue between county staff and chamber staff. And then I also asked for some additional information on the attachments to the report. I was especially interested in the attachments that deal with closed or lost prospects, to get some more information on those. So I think if you're dealing with these issues all the time, like I'm sure Mr. DeBonis and Mr. Vescovi-Chiordi are, you may be able to pick up on the references in those reports a little bit easier than board members. So I don't know if there was anything that either of you wanted to add to that, but I only made those requests this morning, so it might not be fair to ask you that question. All right.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. All right. Okay, anything else? Oh, Supervisor Christie.
Yes, just very briefly, one of the items we've been waiting for in the Summer Haven Mount Lemon community since 2019 is coming to fruition. It's what's known as a FLAP grant, and it's the forestry. It has something to do with the forestry department and Pima County in a collaborative move from the north entrance of Summer Haven all the way down to the south end. A long-awaited and highly anticipated project that's just getting ready to begin. It's going to include 75 new parking spaces along that whole stretch, greatly needed, badly needed, as well as 21 on-street additional parking spots. So parking has been an ongoing issue as those of you have gone up to Summer Haven, the Summer Haven community during its high festival time. Parking is really very difficult. This will give a great deal of relief. And speaking of relief, this grant includes several new restrooms. So that's been an issue as well. And it's a very robust project, and it has many moving parts, but they all seem to be coming together. And for one of our biggest tourist attractions in Pima County, this is a great addition and will be a great asset. So thanks for all those on the Pima County end that were involved in it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Khanna, did you put your hand up?
I didn't, but you called on me, so I have a, Chair Scott, can you and Administrator Lesher let us know what the conversation has been with the City of Tucson related to our joint meeting? Is that happening in November as requested?
Administrator Lesher.
Chair Scott and Supervisor Cano, I believe what we are tentatively looking at is November 18th as a date. Nothing is finalized, but sort of the rough schedule at this point would be that we would meet as a board. This board would meet starting at your normal 9 a.m. start time. The board, the City Council meets in the afternoon, so we would be looking at a joint lunch at about 12 o'clock, a joint meeting from approximately 12:30 to 2:30, and then the board could come back and convene if you had additional items to discuss, and the City Council would go on to the City Council. At this point, I've not heard the final resolution, but we've been talking with PAG about the possibility of having that meeting at Pima Association of Governments so that they have spaces, you've all been there, that's conducive to allowing for both bodies to come together and provide the ability for them all to be available to the public. That's what we know as of this point.
Thank you, Ms. Lesher.
I would just say, Chair Scott, kind of related, kind of not, but the District 5 team will be going out to see the conditions of our incredible asset, the Loop, in the coming weeks. And if any colleagues want to join that tour, I know there's a lot of investment that is put into these tours in terms of time, and I know it's going to be a helpful visit to have prior to the joint meeting discussion.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Are you going on bikes?
We can if you want.
Maybe I will go.
Anything else under item number 9? All right, thank you. Believe it or not, we have just 4 items left, and I'm going to take up items 13 and 14 first before we go to our presentations. Item number 13, I never think I should lump this in with anything else, which is why I didn't. The quarterly report on collections, I'd move acceptance of the report.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Allen. Discussion. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item passes 5-0. And then I also kept item 14 separate because, as you can see from the clerk's note on the agenda, it requires unanimous consent of the board. This is requesting approval to sell surplus property consisting of 13.34 acres of vacant land located east of Trico Road and south of Hardin Road without public auction to the town of Marana in the amount the amount of $345,000. I'll move the item.
Second?
And thank you, Supervisor Allen. And this is in District 3. Wondered if you had any comments or information you wanted to share with the board.
No, just that I hope my colleagues will all support it.
All right. Supervisor Hines.
Thank you, Chair Scott. Can any of these proceeds be used to, I don't know, feed refugee families or support food banks or anything, or do they have to stay inside of real property to do real property stuff?
Administrator Lesher. Mr. DeBonis.
Chair Scott and Supervisor Hines, so the parcel was acquired by the Regional Wastewater Reclamation Department, and so those would have come from funds generated by operation of the sewer system. So those dollars go back to them and can be reinvested in other projects, but couldn't be spent outside of the wastewater department.
Okay, just checking. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeBonis. Thank you, Supervisor Hines. All those in favor of item number 14 indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item is approved unanimously. Let's go back to items 10 and items 12. I'm tempted to ask Mr. Quaron and Ms. Davis if they want to flip a coin, but because hers is first, I think she gets to go ahead of you, pal. Is his shorter? Is that what you're saying? Are you deferring to him then?
Chair Scott, members of the board, Administrator Lasher, his presentation is probably shorter than mine. So we'll defer to the board direction on which presentation you would prefer first.
All right. The county administrator appreciated your comments. Mr. Quaron.
Thank you, Chair Scott, Administrator Lesher, and members of the board. I was prepared to say last, but certainly not least, so that doesn't fit anymore. We have before you today the financial update through September, which is period 3. The slides are coming up, and Ms. Davis is correct. The presentation is very brief. I only have four slides, so you can, next slide, please. Overall, the overview reflects a stable financial outlook for us in Pima County through period 3. Again, I want to caution that this is period 3, so this is through September, actuals through September, and our forecast is based on those numbers through September. Again, stable financial outlook. Our revenues at this point are projected to exceed budgeted amounts, and our expenditures are trending lower than our budgeted amounts as of this point in the fiscal year. With those two combined, we're seeing a fund balance reserve of approximately $9.3 million. That's in excess of our required reserve of $92 million that we adopted during the FY26 budget. At this point, department expenditures remain largely on budget through period 3, and we'll you can advance the slide here. This is a demonstration of the narrative that I just provided. So you can see in the general fund revenue variance column there, it's about $810,000. This is largely driven by what we're projecting to be an increase in our state shared sales tax revenues, which is a good sign through period 3. And then we do have, again, on the expenditure side, there is a slight reduction of about $217,000. Again, through period 3, this is a good sign through period 3, and we're forecasting that'll continue. Now, obviously, things are subject to change as we get into October and November in the second quarter of the fiscal year, but right now things are progressing quite well from the financial perspective. Next slide, please. This slide talks about our fund balance reconciliation for 26. You can see there it's projected to be $101.4 million. If you take away our required reserve of $92 million, that leaves that excess of about $9.3 million that I referenced on the very first slide. I do want to make sure that we're being cognizant of going back to the 17% on the bottom half of the slide. You'll see the 25-26 unrestricted general fund reserve at this point is, again, that 101.4. Our estimate
of the required reserve moving back to 17% is 103.3 million. So as we talk about moving into our 26-27 budget year, we do, at this point, we are approximately 1.9 million short of that reserve requirement. Again, that
Can
is.
I ask a quick question, please?
Absolutely.
I know that we've made the decision based on the recommendation to go back to the 17%. I also remember conversations right when I joined the board that the recommended range of the reserve at that time was 15 to 17%. But the staff's recommendation, which the board approved, was 17%. So is that what we're hearing from our accrediting and other agencies, that it's the upper end of that range that we should stay at, or is there no longer a range?
Chair Scott, there is a range. It is recommended that we stay at the upper end of the range. What we look at in order to be fiscally quite as conservative as we can be at this point is, well, why we're still looking at, we're in the first quarter of the year, maintaining a goal of hitting the 17%. Should there want to, it allows us a margin of error, if you will, or allow for the board to look at that accommodation of the 15 to 17. But we do all of our projections at this point at the full 17% range. It's what all of our bond counsel, our outside rating agencies recommend. But there is a cushion, which is why last year we were able to move forward with the recommendation to move to the 15.
So there's still a range, but the recommendation we're getting from all those agencies is be at the upper end. All right, thank you.
And Chair,
Supervisor Hines.
so we've talked about this several times. Why can't we split the baby and make it 16%, and that little 1.966 million business in the parentheses basically goes poof, right? Because that's.
Well, we would have to.
No, I mean going.
Cheers.
For the next.
For next fiscal year.
Correct. I didn't mean for right now. But,
all right.
Policy discussion of the board.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Coron. Sorry.
Yeah, and I think that's good discussion. The only thing I'll add is this: the 103 is an estimate at this point as we were wrapping up our financials for 25. It's a calculation, 17% of the audited financials for 25, which we'll have in December. So if you see those numbers change in the future, that's why.
All right.
And then on my last slide is really just an update on our general fund contingency budget. It was set in 26 at $1 million. And we've not used anything beyond what you've already seen in September, the 106,000 for HR pay strategy. So we have 894,000 in our contingency budget for the remainder of the fiscal year. And on cue, that concludes my prepared remarks and my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Coron. Any questions or comments for Mr. Coron? All right. Thank you, sir. Ms. Davis, so gracious of you to give your place in line to Mr. Coron.
You're going to start with me if I could, sir.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Excuse me,
I
I just would like,
apologize.
well, no, I just want to introduce this if I may, because I think this truly is the last but not least. We are looking at what you have before you today when we look at the Pima Can, or our action plan, is the result of over 2 years of work representing about 30 different departments, some 50 individuals representing not only directors, but people within all the departments who serve not only on the board, but on the technical advisory group. So in addition to those 50 staff people, we saw the Green Stewards involved, which represents the community as well. There was active partnerships with all of our jurisdictional partners. And so what you're looking at is the result of, as I say, several years of work with many, many partners within the community. And I think what we look at as we begin to define the Pima Can plan is it is one of the foundational documents that we use as we build next year's budgets, and that as we build the budgets, because you will see, as an example, we have in the past talked about things like LED lighting, and then you'll see those come to fruition when we bring the capital improvement budgets before you next year, so that you can see how it connects. So again, it is one of the core documents about which we reflect and refer when we build the budgets. But huge thanks to Ms. Davis and the 30 departments and all the technical advisory committee who did this incredible work. So thank you for
very
allowing me a
thank
bit
you.
of an introduction.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Davis.
Chair Scott, pardon me, members of the board, Administrator Lesher, thank you for the amazing and kind words to kick us off. And Director Cuadron, thank you for framing this with a financial update first. A very active participant in our climate work. So Chair Scott, members of the board, Administrator Lesher, we'll jump to the first slide, please. It's an absolute honor to be with you here today to present for consideration the 2025 to 2030 Climate Action Plan for County Operations, the CAPCO. This plan builds upon priority areas of its predecessor, the Sustainable Action Plan for County Operations, otherwise known as the SAPCO, but incorporates robust adaptation priorities and climate resilience to its mitigation goals and strategies. This plan is part of a broader umbrella, as you can see on our logo, or graphic rather, adjacent to the Pima County logo, that this will all be a broader initiative called Pima Climate Action Now. This is representative of the county's initiatives that aim to reduce the impacts of climate change, build community resilience, and adapt to both current and future climate impacts. The collaboration across county departments and with our regional partners ensure that all of these climate and sustainability priority areas become integrated into our planning, our policies, and very specific to this discussion today, our operations. The plan before you for consideration is representative, as Ms. Lesher said, of the county's commitment to advancing sustainability, environmental stewardship, and be a really strong and accountable community partner and leader in this space. The design and format of this plan is intended to be adaptive, malleable, and intended to engage and be evaluative. The chapters herein are a result of substantial qualitative and quantitative feedback from county departments, public priorities from our community, and our regional, jurisdictional, tribal, and community partners. This plan aligns with the recently board-adopted 10-year comprehensive plan, Pima Prospers, the Prosperity Initiative, the Integrated Infrastructure Plan, and builds upon the successes from the Sonoran Desert Conservation Plan and the SAPCO. Next slide, please. Before we get started on the plan, I really want to underscore the importance of the Pima County Board of Supervisors and county leadership commitment to advancing our climate and sustainability work. The Pima County Board of Supervisors over recent years have approved and championed 4 Board of Supervisors resolutions committing the county to its alignment with carbon mitigation, net zero goals and measurements, and enhancing the Sustainable Action Plan into our Climate Action Plan for County Operations, which is represented in 2022-25, and the most recently approved Board of Supervisors Resolution 2025-11, which sets the framework and the priorities for the plan you're considering today. In addition, the board has adopted several proclamations for heat awareness, wildfire preparedness, water, and last summer adopted the first county heat ordinance for workforce protections. Notably, each subsequent resolution grows the commitment, scope, and breadth of the county's work, building upon the successes achieved and pivoting to respond to emerging climate priorities. These commitments enhance our ability to do the work during uncertain times, funding limitations, or other policy barriers. The most recent resolution directives are representative of that framework, augmenting our ability to adapt to climate risks, build resilience, and increase our carbon mitigation goals to reduce our county operations carbon emissions by 60% from 2021 levels. Next slide, please. We'll start with carbon, but a few words to kind of frame this approach. Pima County has committed to a carbon reduction strategy to achieve a net zero goal by 2050. This was framed in part by the Regional Priority Climate Action Plan effort and the coalition partners. This is reflected in our plan to have the county commit to those regional goals of carbon emissions reductions and be an active partner in this work. As a frame and a reminder, the Regional Priority Climate Action Plan and the upcoming Comprehensive Climate Action Plan are a result of planning funds received by the county from the Environmental Protection Agency, solicited ample public feedback, including but not limited to community-based organizations, public listening sessions, partners, programs, youth, organizations representing vulnerable and disproportionately affected community members, and many community-based organizations. This public feedback gathering helped frame the community priorities and set forth the regional effort in a comprehensive regional carbon emissions strategy. This plan, connectivity, represents the county aligning with and holding itself accountable to those operational strategies that will drive us all to net zero. This slide represents the actual carbon emissions from 2021. The right side is the regional emissions inventory, and the left side is the county's emissions inventory. Previously, the SAPCO, we only included Pima County facilities, regional wastewater and reclamation, and fleet. As we see on the right side, transportation is the largest source of regional emissions, so we are now connecting to that by including our own commuter emissions estimates. We close out the SAPCO at just over 69,000 metric tons of carbon emissions, with a previous 2030 goal of 53,000 metric tons of carbon emissions reduction. With this plan, and including commuter emissions, county facility, wastewater, and fleet, that goal becomes further reduced to 46,000 metric tons. If we only measure county facilities, wastewater, and fleet, that's 38,000 metric tons of carbon emissions. That being said, we are finalizing our travel reduction program survey this month. If you have not taken it, please do, because we are using that data to inform our strategies on how to further reduce our commuter emissions. So we are actively still collecting data to inform a completely new measure in our carbon emissions inventory for year 2. Next slide, please. The subsequent chapters of this operational plan are reflective of community climate priorities and response to climate risk. The waste and materials chapter retains our commitment to use recycled materials for offices, but also augments our ability to explore sustainable items across our operations. One really innovative example of that is using soy-based tires for fleet. This also kind of enables us to grow our operations on how to be creatively engaged on how to integrate new sustainable items, but reduce our tonnage of solid waste in the landfill, enhance our recycling programs, and recycling waste education opportunities. From there, we'll move from mitigation into adaptation, and we're going to talk about some of the really exciting changes we've made to better adapt and provide critical resources to our community in the face of rising temperatures, wildfire risk. During the SAPCO period, which was 2018 through 2024, in the most recent iteration, the region saw 3 of the hottest summers on record. Pardon me. Each subsequent record-breaking summer eclipsing the one prior. 1 year ago, the second meeting of October, I presented our first update on climate to this board, and we were counting continued 100-degree days in 2024, of which we had 112. Over the recent 6 years, we've had an average annual increase of 100+ degree temperatures of 7 days. And over the period, we've seen an increase of how we measure summer, which now includes April to October. Our heat relief efforts are robust, and our public health department is leading these efforts. Similar to the regional carbon planning effort, this also represents a regional partnership. What's put into our county operations plan are the county roles. So our heat relief efforts, and what you'll see in this plan, is the county operational commitment to bolster our cooling center network, which served thousands over the recent 2 years, many of which were our vulnerable community members. Similarly, the county adopted an administrative procedure for heat workforce safety and training and a heat safety ordinance for our contracted workforce. These 2 policies were informed by substantial listening sessions with labor unions, chambers of commerce, small business community, and over 1,500 responses to a county-wide survey on heat risks in our own workforce. We will be evaluating these policies and workforce safety and finally committing some of our shared goals in our water and landscapes chapter to augment green infrastructure projects and investments in priority and heat priority areas. Recently, the board adopted the wildfire mitigation plan. In the SAPCO, we had a component of landscapes dedicated to the removal and remediation of invasive species. And prior to the wildfire mitigation plan adoption, a working group within the climate action team provided an action strategy to inform the mitigation of wildfire risk and growth of invasive species work. The operational commitment to those strategies now within the wildfire mitigation plan will be actioned through this plan specifically towards invasive species. We plan to develop an administrative procedure for invasive species remediation across our county departments, enhanced GIS tracking and risk to inform the broader community and the wildfire protection plan, and finally seek to bolster our communications efforts on our mitigation and safety efforts. Next slide, please. Water is an essential priority and a driving component of this plan. In the CAPCO, our water section has grown exponentially and is overseen by our water working group. There are 4 core components to this chapter. First, to augment our water supply. Second, promote sustainable use of effluent. Third, water demand management across our county facilities, operations, and where we can in the community through partnerships. And finally, promoting water sustainability and innovation across our landscapes, green infrastructure, and shared use spaces. Pertaining to water supply, there are components within this plan to increase our acreage of stormwater parks, modify our detention basins for enhanced recharge, monitor and grow stormwater collection efforts. For these efforts, we will be building from the Regional Flood Control District's data tools to identify priority areas and implementation strategies, timelines, and partnerships. We are actively shifting many of our green spaces to effluent and have a goal to continue converting our parks and fields to effluent, which will require some investment in some aging infrastructure and align with some of the work that our Parks and Recreation Department is doing in their strategic planning. We will continue to use our integrated infrastructure plan to realize successes in this conversion and look where budget opportunities can direct efforts in our water work. Water demand priorities are geared specifically towards our county facilities and a full inventory of our fixtures and equipment. However, it also includes an opportunity for us to think regionally about high demand water use and connect to our Economic Development Environmental Review Board policy approved by the board and our Pima Prospers water chapter. This plan also bridges in a component of resilience, landscapes as a connective climate resilience priority to water. Landscapes builds, this is the next chapter, landscapes builds upon the investment and the true success of our Sonoran Desert Conservation Plan, which is celebrating its 25th anniversary this year, and the predecessor SAPCO document. This chapter underscores our conservation acreage goal to plant at least 10,000 trees, invest in green infrastructure to promote water supply, food systems, and propose using our native seeds program and water resilient plants to invest in increased acreage of green spaces, green infrastructure across our county facilities as well. We are actively revisiting our food systems work and have a goal to set food systems framework by year 2, including opportunities at our farmlands, such as Buckley Farms, working ranches, and food policy work happening across our community. The final chapter is called Climate and Community, and are incorporated here almost as a lens by which we are always considering our climate work. Public health, economic vitality, and workforce are 3 priority areas that ensure this work embodies the public's well-being, engagement, and connectivity to this plan. Climate work is inextricably linked to public health. Our public health department is an active participant in our climate work and oversee our heat relief efforts, but we would like to continue to grow that connection, connecting our public health role in epidemiology, qualified census tract data, health data, and the community health needs assessment on how to inform how and where we prioritize climate investments. The board championed and adopted Board of Supervisors policy to enhance our due diligence in environmental reviews for economic development projects. In support of this policy, the CAPCO seeks to connect to it and help to evaluate from those reviews to where are we determining risks, where are we creating action opportunities, and priority areas on things like that impact emissions, water, or our natural spaces. Workforce is a core component to the regional plan and our operational plan, growing opportunities to fortify the workforce pipeline through our CWD programming and our green stewards, as Ms. Lesher highlighted earlier. How do we provide content, training, and relevant information to our Pima County workforce and get them engaged in the work that we're doing? Next slide, please. This is a very exciting slide. This plan is not intended to live as a printed document that just gets updated annually. We have created a far more engaging opportunity, and it's meant to engage, grow, and continue to respond to climate priorities across the county and the community. We intend to kind of realize this in two ways. First, the recent Board of Supervisors resolution underscores regular updates to the Pima County Board of Supervisors. We envision that this board gets subject-specific updates to each chapter, including status metrics and evaluative pivots if and where appropriate. This framework enables the board to receive subject-specific updates on a planned timeline. So if I'm here every 2 months, you know that February is carbon and energy, and you know that March is going to be the water discussion. And so ways to really dig into these topics deeply and have dynamic conversations, get regular data updates so that you don't have to wait a year for an annual report. The second way is, and I want to give a very, very big shout out to our Pima County web team and our communications department. They have developed an exceptional website that will serve as our climate hub. It enables the public to connect with our climate work, get critical resource links such as cooling center network maps, utility assistance program information, and engage in a buffalo grass poll, to name a few. But it also allows what you can't see very well, but at the top there is a link to our climate plan, and you can dig into each of these chapters subject by subject so that you can really dig in, not look at this as a document as a whole, but you can look at it as a commitment of its parts. The website demonstrates our commitment to engagement, feedback, and evaluative growth of our plan. We hope that this will be used as a tool once we start evaluating the plan and getting our metrics, that this can be a landing spot to continue to bolster our accountability in this space where we can report our successes as we go through this journey. Next slide, please. This is, in my opinion, the most important slide of the whole presentation, and arguably as important as the plan itself. This plan is a document that embodies 2 years worth of work and many years prior to that, but a collaboration of over 25 county departments, directors, subject matter experts, liaisons, champions, central services, and really demonstrates an enterprise-wide approach. There are, as Ms. Lesher said, over 50 county employees that engage month over month as we comb through all of these priorities, take the public feedback that we've solicited, and figure out ways to incorporate it into our county operations. Over the past 2 years, these climate team members have actively engaged in substantial feedback gathering, qualitative and quantitative data analysis, all of which informed critical and dynamic discussion. And all of the aforementioned have transformed the priorities, chapters, strategies, and goals within the plan you're considering today. This plan is a true representation of our Pima County operations, employees, and is set in a framework for feasibility. The county has a long history of conservation, sustainability, and climate work, and this plan is a new beginning for the upcoming 5 years. And we look forward to feedback from the Pima County Board of Supervisors on the plan and its potential adoption. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Davis, very much for that comprehensive presentation. As always, the board appreciated getting the slides prior to the presentation, as well as the other supporting materials. Questions or comments from board members? Supervisor Allen.
So first of all, thank you, Director Davis, for all of the work and the leadership in bringing the department together. I think everything that Administrator Lesher had commented initially, had shared initially around the process that has been brought this all together. It has been really helpful, and you've been very helpful for keeping us up to date and sharing information with us. So I just wanted to say a big kudos for that. A few of the highlights that I think that are just things that I really want to emphasize that I appreciate. And I think I said this maybe at one of the previous updates, but the framework around mitigation, adaptation, and resiliency, as well as kind of the subcategories that have been built in, I think are both comprehensive and robust. I also really appreciate the commuter emissions by county employees, that has been integrated in. But given the size of our workforce, that it's substantive. I think this is such an important document. And the board has had a week to dig into it. And it was a week that followed, we had another board meeting right before this. So I do have I've got some things that I've structured chapter by chapter around questions and some recommendations. It's robust. So I would actually like to put on the table for my colleagues. I mean, I'm happy to go through those from the dais, but I would also ask whether or not my colleagues would consider that we continue this item and bring it back up as early as November 4th, but no later than December 2nd, so that we've got more time to kind of dig in and have conversations with you about some of the questions and recommendations and what's feasible, et cetera.
Is that a form of a motion?
It was not, but it could be. I would like to make the motion that we would continue this item until the December 2nd meeting, so that we could have a lot more robust conversation and feedback.
Would the supervisor accept a friendly amendment to it?
Maybe.
I'll second for December 2nd, and I would like to continue the discussion as well. Cheers.
So moved and seconded to continue the item to December 2nd, but a discussion on the motion.
Mr. Chair, yes, and I would just ask that in that discussion of tabling it for the December 2nd meeting, or is that the one? That in that discussion, we include a projected cost and accumulated cost of what this whole plan has generated so far. There's a lot of comprehensive materials here, a lot of implementation of infrastructure, a lot of redistribution of a number of departments and activities. All of these come with a price tag. If you could provide us with what you estimate that price tag to be, I would certainly support Supervisor Allen's motion.
Chair Scott.
Sir.
I'm not certain if we're following proper parliamentary procedure here. This supervisor, my colleague from District 4's comments were supposed to be on the motion. So am I allowed to explain kind of what I'm hoping to see for December, or are we just gonna, how do you want me to do this?
Well, we're discussing, the discussion is on the motion to continue the item.
Okay.
So if you are wanting to discuss what you're hoping to see on that day or discuss on that day, I think that's in line. Am I off the mark there, Mr. Brown?
That's correct. And if you have an objection to the motion, you can speak to that too.
Okay. Okay, so I'm going to take the opportunity to give District 5's input. Ms. Davis, I want to say I'm so grateful for your work as well. I know that this has been a Herculean effort for you to put that incredible group of folks in one room, figuring out how we've got to go. I appreciate you mentioning your presentation last year to the board. As you know, I'm new to the board, and I looked while you were offering your remarks to us on your October 2024 report and learned a new acronym, Sustainable Action Plan for County Operations. Essentially, everything that I see in that October report, I want to see transferred to the Pima CAN plan, more specific with the data and the metrics that's included in that version and what I don't see in the proposal before the board today. I think the plan lacks a clear timeline and sequence of actions. We need to know what happens in year 1 versus year 5 and who's accountable for that. Want to echo the comments about cost estimates and funding sources. The board should understand how this aligns with our budget, with our capital plan. And I love that procurement was mentioned in the proposal that you sent to us, because that's one example of how we can really operationalize this. On capital improvements, projects like building retrofits, water recharge, green infrastructure, all of those are going to require significant resources, and we need to see how these fit within our existing capital pipeline and what we can do to support and incentivize departments doing this work. I think that is what's going to really put this on turbocharges when you've got the departments seeing that they have a concrete role in Pima Can that can then be, that will essentially allow them to come to the top of the list when they're coming for, I don't know, supplementals or some of those kind of discussions to operationalize this. And lastly, on accountability and data, I'd like to see a defined governance structure, annual reporting, and a clear system for tracking results, especially greenhouse gas reductions and other key outcomes. I love what we can do with real-time aggregation, as was mentioned in your remarks, and allowing the county taxpayer to be able to see what this investment means. I think that is going to take this incredible plan to a new level. I support this plan. I am excited about having a continued discussion with the county administrator and with Ms. Davis about this, and just want to, of course, applaud all of your work. Nobody is really doing this anymore at the federal and certainly not at the state level, and so I recognize the Herculean effort that this is, and I look forward to District 5 working with you, Ms. Davis, on this plan. So I appreciate you.
Thank you, Supervisor Cano. Any other comments, discussion on the motion to continue to December 2nd? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item passes 5-0. And I believe that was our final item, so this meeting is adjourned. Thank you all very much. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to this meeting of the Pima County Board of Supervisors. Sorry that we're starting a couple of minutes late. I'm going to first turn it over to our clerk, Melissa Manriquez, who will call the roll to establish quorum.
Supervisor Allen. Here. Supervisor Cano. Supervisor Christie.
Here.
Supervisor Hines.
Oh, here.
Supervisor Hines. Chair Scott.
Here.
Let the record show Supervisor Hines is not present. All other board members are present.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Manriquez. We're now going to call on Paul Wucker. Mr. Wucker is a construction project manager with our project design and construction department, and he will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. If you would please rise.
Also remind the gentlemen to please remove your caps at this time. Please repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Wucker. Anything you wanted to share with us as far as the current doings in your department?
Right now, I'm working on the remodel and reconstruction of the Mission Library, currently expected to be completed with building process in early 2026.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate you being here very much.
Absolutely.
We now have somebody well known to the board because of the work that she's done, helping us to expand our early childhood education program, and that's Monica Brinkerhoff. She's Associate Vice President